We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopavc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and tonight's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction, live!
And a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to everybody watching all across the USA and our lovely friends in Australia down under. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Sunday evening. And in Australia, my Australian folks, I hope you guys are having a great Monday morning. Obviously, I am not Ray Taylor. I am not Richard English. I am not Mitch Carter. I am Tony Calderon, your favorite show producer. And I'm going to be filling in. Ray's going to be in at 9 o'clock. Now that we're back to the 5-hour schedule, Ray will be coming in at 9. We'll have a different host between 8 and 9 for you on Fridays and Sundays, and Ray will be taking over from 9 to 1 a.m. And tonight, you're stuck with me, unfortunately. But I think I know a little bit about the product line, and I can speak intelligently on it. And I hope that, we can get to this next hour and have a good time and learn a little bit about some of the product and what you're bidding on. And hopefully we have more than 5 people watching that will take advantage of these low bid prices lately, guys. The last year has been pretty jarring on our bid prices, and hopefully you guys are out there taking advantage of it. You are in a very opportune position to collect art at a very, very, very reasonable price, even for auction prices. We have been, bidding has been really light lately, so take advantage of that. We welcome you to take advantage of it. And we are going to start the show. Well, first off, let's talk about, I'll give you a little bit of a rundown of what we've got coming up tonight, since we do have a spectacular show for you guys. We're going to close the show with Rembrandt self-portrait drawing at the window. And that etching, I have 3 auction results of over $100,000, and one of them's over $200,000 for the exact same etching. Different examples, obviously, but that ranges from 100 to 200 plus 200,000 plus on that Rembrandt etching that ends the show tonight. That is Rembrandt self-portrait drawing at the window. Another big item. Now pay attention for lot 412. You're not going to want to miss lot 412. It's a Banksy. It's Love is in the Air. Now what makes this one so special? It's not an offset lithograph. It is a silk screen print. It's not hand signed, because if it was hand signed, it'd be $500,000 to $800,000. But he only did a certain amount of these for shows that are actually printed in serography. Now what is serography? Same way of saying silk screen, screen print, serography, different ways of saying the same thing. Lot 412, guys, I'm telling you right now, that is a real Banksy screen print. Once again, mark it down, lot 412. What else? I'm sorry, it's 411. Wow, look at me. I don't even know my lot numbers. 411 is the Banksy. We do have a pair of John James Audubon from the Royal Octavo edition. We haven't had one of those in quite some time. We've busted into the vault, and if you are an Audubon lover or a bird lover, I'm going to do a pair of Audubons tonight, 2 for 1 money, just like we're doing the Carl Strikers to start the show. You are bidding on the pair. This is not high bidder's choice. You're going to collect the pair for 1 bid. 2 for, as we say in the country auction business, 2 for 1 money. So what else do we have coming up tonight? We have a beautiful lot 409, a beautiful Jean-Claude Navarro. We have Andy Warhol screen print from the Sunday Bee Morning edition from one of the flowers. We have an original Urte gouache painting. Guys, we're selling these things between $3,000 and $5,000. You can't touch these things on the market for less than $12,000, $15,000. They go all the way up to $70,000. So you might want to look at that one. The Urte is lot 406. We have a great Claude Monet copper plate engraving. We've got a pair of Vincent van Goghs coming up, lot 403 and lot 404. That will also be bidding on the pair, 2 for 1 money on the Van Goghs. So we have a spectacular show for you tonight. And all the other items in between those items I just read off to you. But let's get to the show. Let's get to the auction. Our first lot up is a pair of original mixed media paintings by none other than Carl Stryker. If you're a regular viewer, I'm sure you're pretty familiar with Carl Stryker. We've had a relationship with him since about 2018, 2019. And guess what? None of us still know what he looks like because he lives that Banksy lifestyle that he keeps his identity hidden. He is a what we call a guerrilla artist. He goes out, puts up installations overnight, in the middle of the night, tag and run kind of thing, classic street artist. And he has gone to great lengths to protect his anonymity. And so I don't even know what he looks like. He has an agent that we deal with. I'm sure his agent knows what he looks like. We don't go as far as to like drop a suitcase next to the garbage can on the street corner and he picks up his money. It's not like that deep, but it's, we've been in business with him for 6 years and we have not yet, he does not reveal his identity, even to us. So, and once again, I will say this about this pair here, guys. We have the classic Peanuts, Snoopy and Chuck. Charlie Brown and Snoopy. I will recommend this to you. I have a 27-year-old son and a 14-year-old son, and I buy them art. They love decorating their rooms with it. Kids still love to decorate their rooms with it. Well, my 27-year-old's not a kid anymore. He's an adult, but I still get him art quite a bit. Guys, this would be a perfect Christmas present for a young person in your life. You could give them something that they could collect, enjoy for years, and the value is going to increase on these. Carl Stryker is not an unknown artist. He's a very highly in demand, highly sought after artist, one of the best British street artists. Now, when I say one of the best British street artists, that should carry some weight because the Brits in England have produced some of the greatest street artists. Banksy, Ben Eine, Bambi. I mean, just to name a couple. I could go on down the line, but the British have produced some of our best street artists and some of the most renowned street artists, and Carl Stryker is absolutely. I've got a $100 opener. Now, once again, guys, you are bidding on the pair. This is 2 for 1 money. So, like I said, Carl Stryker is right up there amongst the best British street artists working today. And like I said, this could go anywhere in the house. This could go in your child's room, a grandchild's room, a young child. It is the classic Charles Schulz characters, Snoopy and Charlie Brown from the Peanuts. These are both, Carl Stryker does this cute series of different things where he does the floral features, where he's hiding the character's face behind the flower. So it's almost like an homage in a way. It's actually absolutely an homage to Charles Schulz, but it's also an homage to kind of Murakami, the famous Japanese artist. But once again, guys, I'm at a $100 opening bid. I've got a $150 bid. Thank you for that bid. So right now you're at $75 each. Let's go ahead and I will show you the certs on these real quick. And the certificates always come with the artwork. Carl Stryker, British artist, born in 1978. He's only a couple years younger than me. Floral features Charlie. That's obviously Charlie Brown, or as I like to call him, Chuck. Original mixed media painting on paper, signed and dated by the artist lower right. Now listen to this. a unique work. What does unique mean? One of a kind. One of a kind original painting by Carl Stryker, executed in 2022. And the second item is going to be all the same pertinent information, except the title is going to be a little different. Snoopy, the dog behind it all. And as this one was executed, a unique work also, meaning one of a kind, obviously. And that one was done in 2023. So we can go back to the art. So guys, you are bidding on two original, unique. Now you can say in the art business, original doesn't always mean unique. What do I mean by that? Well, you can have an original print, but you can have more than one of that original print. So that an original print is not going to be unique. An original painting is a one-of-a-kind, unique work. I've got a $200 bid. Thank you for that. So once again, we're at $100 each on the Carl Stryker original mixed media paintings. And like I said, over the years, I have collected a lot of artwork. And what's funny is on my personal art collection, I've probably got over 300 pieces. A large part of that, probably maybe almost half of my majority of my art collection is animation art. I collect the old Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck. I'm 51, so I grew up on the Looney Tunes, and I've got to meet some of the greatest animation artists. I got to meet Iwa Takamoto. He drew me an original. If you don't know who Iwa Takamoto is, you got to look him up and read about him. He was the gentleman that Walt Disney brought over from Japan, an animator that worked on some of the original Disney movies. And then he also created the characters for Hanna-Barbera, like Huckleberry Hound, worked on the Flintstones, the Jetsons. So I got to meet him, and he actually drew me a hand-drawn Huckleberry Hound portrait. But for my youngest son, I got to meet Myron Waldman. And who is Myron Waldman? He was a gentleman that created Casper the Friendly Ghost, the comic strip and the cartoon. And he drew my youngest son, when he was first born, an original drawing of Casper the Friendly Ghost and wrote on it, "Welcome to this world, Anthony," from your friend Myron Waldman. So like I said, this is a unique, you guys got a great opportunity here to collect artwork. Like this could go in a child's room. This would be perfect for a child. My youngest son, when he was born, my wife and I, we decorated his room with Peanuts. Charlie Brown, that was the theme of his room. And so this could go anywhere in the house. You could decorate your grandson, your granddaughter's room with it. And once again, what a wonderful gift to give somebody, something that's going to appreciate and value. I mean, you could buy them that new fancy toy, but they're going to play with it and probably forget about it in a year or so. But guys, this is something, when a child grows up and they're 19, 20, 21 years old, this is going to have whole fond memories for them. They'll grow up looking at this, enjoying it. It'll appreciate and value for them. I mean, I cannot stress with Christmas coming up, and my bid is only at $250. So I'm guys, I'm $125 each. Oh, $300, thank you for that bid. I'm just gonna let you know, Kim, my phone screen is not working down here. I can't see anybody that's on the phone. No, now it just came on. One call just came through. So now I'm in the game. Let's go. I got a $300 bid. That is $150 each. It just came on, so I guess I just needed to say it out loud to make it work.
Talk to it.
I spoke it into existence, like they say. So yes, I'm at $300. That's $150. Go ahead and give me a 3-minute clock, guys. I know we already did a clock, but I'm at $150 each. That's even sadly low for us, Charlie, isn't it? Yeah. $150 for two. You're getting two original Carl Stryker paintings for $150 each. I'm going to let this clock go, and I will keep rattling on and talking my nonsense here. But I hope you guys enjoyed the show tonight. Like I said, Ray Taylor will be in at 9 o'clock. But once again, collect these. Give these as gifts. If you don't want to keep them for yourself, like I said, I give art at weddings, special occasions, Christmas for certain people. And they, you know what? Years later, they will always come back and say, thank you for that. They won't remember the bottle of champagne. They won't remember a lot of different things. But artwork always stays with people, guys. They collect it. They hold on to it. They treasure it for years. And if you have a young child in your life, a grandchild, or a young son or daughter, I highly, highly recommend jumping in on the bid on this and collecting this for them. This is something that they can treasure for their whole lives. And like I said, it's going to go up in value. Karl Stryker, these original mixed media paintings on paper, go online and look them up. You'll find them anywhere from $3,800 to $6,500. Now his canvas works, now you're starting in that $8,000 range, and then his monumental works, you're in the $12,000, $15,000, $20,000 range. I believe my record on the show for a Karl Stryker was a monumental work, and it was a homage to Banksy with the balloon, and it was the girl letting go of the balloon, and that one sold for $22,000 a couple years. $350, thank you for that bid. So Karl Stryker, does he have value? Yes. Is he an important artist? He's one of the main British street artists working today. And like I said earlier, England has produced some of the greatest street artists working out there today. Kef, our good friend Kef, he's German, but he spent a lot of time in England. Every street artist in Europe ends up in England doing installations. England is actually wonderful for allowing the street artists. They have whole neighborhoods that are covered in graffiti art or street art or urban pop art, whatever you want to call it. You can call it, I like to call it urban art. And what is street art? It is the art of our time. It is our pop art. The 60s, 70s, and early 80s had pop art. Before that, it was abstract expressionism. Before that, it was, we've had a lot of different movements. You had Fauvism, Dadaism, Surrealism, all the way back to Impressionism. Every generation's had their art movement. And our art movement is urban art, street art. That is our generation's art movement. That is the modern movement. And I think it was a natural progression from pop art to urban art, urban street pop art. It's a perfect progression from pop art to street art. They go hand in hand, guys. If Andy Warhol was alive today, which he could have been if it wasn't for the freak accident with the gallbladder surgery, I got a $450 bid. That's a what? Oh, they told me there was going to be no math. I'm not even. Andy Warhol would have been alive today. He would have been doing street installations. There's no question about that. If Picasso was alive today, they were men of their time, guys. This is our time. And street art, urban art is our time. So I would highly recommend this. Go ahead and give me one last minute. I've got a $500 bid. That's $250 each. So right now we are at $550. I got $550 looking for 6. Now, once again, I want to remind you, you are bidding on the pair. This is not a high bidder's choice. You are getting both. Guys, take advantage of me. I want you to take advantage of me. This is absolutely too good of a deal to pass up. If this stays under $1,000, that would be $500 each. You're getting anywhere from a $2,800 to about a $4,500 original. Right now at nothing. We're not even I'm going to put those frames conservatively at $300 each. And I'm being very conservative. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to put the size at 24, or let's go proper, 20 by 24. Now, the Snoopy is 23.5 by 19.5, and the Charlie Brown is spot on 24 by 20. But like Ray does, we always like to round it up. So I'm going to put them both at 20 by 24. But just know that the Snoopy is slightly under that, about 23.5 by 19.5. So once again, I think my clock is up. I've been very generous with the time, and I'm at $550. Do I hear 6? All right, guys, don't be a late bidder, please. At this price point, please, please, please don't be a late bidder. I'm offering you gold at silver prices here. I don't know how else I could put it. You're buying gold at silver prices. And I know they're both expensive these days, but my goodness, gold is astronomically expensive. I know it has to do with, they use a lot of gold for, iPhones and electronics and stuff like that, but it is shocking that gold, it always shocks me when gold goes above platinum, because I would think platinum would be a little bit rare, but I don't have enough money to buy either one, so it's lost on me. So, all right, I'm going to bid this out. I'm going once. Nobody else wants to jump in here. Under $1,000 for the pair. Going twice. I'm dragging my feet, trying to give everybody a chance to. I know it's the first lot of the night, but man, this is a great warm-up for, and it might be an auspicious sign for the rest of the night. I got $600. Thank you for that bid. Now I'm at $300 each, guys. Thank you for your bids. I've got $300 each on the Carl Strikers. Guys, do not let this one slip past you. I promise you, you are not overbidding. We were at the price of the frame on both. This is not times two the money. This is two for the price of the, 2 for 1 money. We're not timesing this by 2. It's not a high bidder's choice. I want you to really take that into consideration. Now imagine you're walking down the street one day and you came up to a frame shop and the frame shop had a sign on the door that said, buy a custom frame and we're going to put an original Carl Striker painting in it for free. That's what you're at. That's where you're at right now. You're getting 2 original Carl Striker paintings for the prices of frames. You know you would walk in that frame shop. You know you would. So I'm going once. I am going twice. What an auspicious start. You know what? Nothing can bring down my mood tonight. The Cowboys just came back from 21-0 and won their game, even though my college team has been atrocious for years now, but I'll stay away from that. But this is definitely not a sports show, but I could turn it into one. But, my hockey team's on fire right now. So other than that, let's bid it out. I've got 600 going once. I've got 600 going twice. All in, all fair, all square. All right, it's sold. Congratulations, guys. You got a great deal on that.
Pablo Picasso was one of the greatest and most influential artists of the 20th century, as well as the co-creator of Cubism. Born in Malaga, Spain in 1881, Picasso was a painter, sculptor, printmaker, ceramic artist, stage designer, and was considered radical in his work.
Pablo Picasso, the name is just so huge. It's just a global name. When he first arrived in Paris in 1899, did he even think that he would dominate the entire history of art, the world of art, for the next 100 years?
In 1904, Pablo Picasso moved to Paris, the cultural center of European art, to open his own studio. Art critics and historians typically break Picasso's adult career into 2 distinct periods, his blue period and his rose period. By 1905, Picasso had largely overcome the depression that had previously debilitated him. His most famous paintings from these years include The Family of Saltimbanque, Gertrude Stein, and 2 nudes. In 1907, Picasso produced a painting unlike anything he or anyone else had ever painted before. It is Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, a chilling depiction of 5 nude prostitutes abstracted and distorted, with sharp geometric figures and features. The outbreak of World War I ushered in the next great change in Picasso's art. Guernica, Picasso's most well-known surrealist painting, deemed one of the greatest paintings of all time, emerged from Picasso's outrage at the bombing and the inhumanity of war. Guernica remains one of the most moving and powerful anti-war paintings in history.
His life was huge. It was just absolutely huge. There's no way to cover him in 10 minutes or even an hour. What he was able to accomplish was extraordinary.
Inarguably one of the most celebrated and influential painters of the 20th century, Picasso continues to garner reverence for his technical mastery, his visionary creativity, and his profound empathy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everybody enjoyed that little artist bio video about Pablo Picasso. I'm pretty sure that everybody watching this show, or pretty much anybody on the planet, has heard the name Pablo Picasso. He was the most famous person on the planet. Maybe minus like a couple religious leaders or world leaders, but Pablo Picasso was probably top 5 most famous people on the planet during his lifetime. You could literally go to a village in Africa and they would have heard of Pablo Picasso. That's how famous this man was. And it was pretty much an accomplishment because half of his life, there was no such thing as obviously there was no internet when he was alive. I mean, if you want to get technical, yeah, the government had ARPANET in the 60s, but we're not talking about, we don't like talking about the government around here, Charlie. But yes, Pablo Picasso, I mean, there was radio and then TV came along. But before that, even before that, he transcended it all. That's how famous this guy was. And what was Pablo Picasso's, what kept Pablo Picasso as a professional artist for 8 decades? Think about that. He was a professional artist from age 11. He was a professional artist for 8 decades. He died in his early 90s. What kept him so desirable, what made him so famous? What made him hold the spotlight for 8 decades? You know what I think it was? I think it was his ability to change. He went through maybe 9, 10 different movements or his own style changes throughout his career. We've all heard of the Blue Period, the Rose Period, the African Mask Period, the Cubism, the line drawings, neoclassic Picasso. He was able to reinvent himself over and over again and do it in a way that people just gravitated towards. From the time he was 10 or 11 years old, he could draw and reproduce Da Vinci, Raphael. He could draw the great Renaissance masters, photorealistic, from the age 11. Think about that. From the age 11, he was touched. His father was an artist, but even his father said at age 11, 12 that he had surpassed what he could teach him. So it was his ability to reinvent himself over and over again. And this is a great example. Pablo Picasso, one of his passions in life was I've got a $100 opener. Thank you for that, Bib. Pablo Picasso, one of his great passions in life was the bullfight. He was a Spaniard. It was part of their culture. Now they've outlawed bullfighting in Spain. They just recently did it in Mexico. I'm sure there's places in South America maybe that they still do it. But the world has moved on and people have evolved, and the public cry out for getting rid of it, and they have gotten rid of it in a lot of places. But you can't look back on history and judge people for doing what they were doing in history. It's easy to stand here now and say, I wouldn't have done that if I would have been back then. Yes, you would have. You would have been no different. Don't act like you would have been different if you would have been back there at that point in history. So this was a big part of the Spanish culture, obviously. Bullfighting was it was like football to Americans right now. It was like baseball. It was a part of their culture. It was ingrained in them. So Pablo Picasso would spend matinees, afternoons on Wednesdays and Sundays and weekends at the bullfight. And he wasn't just there to watch the bullfight. He always had his pad and paper with him. And he would have the best seat in the house because he was Pablo Picasso. And he would be doing ink washes and original drawings and sketches, studies for paintings that he wanted to come up with later. And it was one of his great passions. I couldn't even put a number on how many bullfighting themes Pablo Picasso did in his career. And this one is a spectacular example of Pablo Picasso. I guarantee this was drawn on site and on plein air at the bullfight. He probably did it as an ink wash or an original brush out or a pen and ink drawing, took it back to his studio, fine-tuned it, and then what he would have done is, let's go ahead and show the cert, because I'm going to talk about something that's on the cert here real quick. So it's Pablo Picasso, Spanish artist, 1881 to 1973, Las Mandelas. It's a pochoir printed in black ink on vellum d'Arches wove paper. I'll talk about pochoir in a second. It's example 233 of 500, executed in the studio of Daniel Jacomet in Paris on December 15th, 1960. It's extremely rare. So there's a couple things on that cert I'm going to hit on. First, I want to talk about Daniel Jacomet. Let's go back to the art. Daniel Jacomet was the #1 atelier or print studio for pochoirs in Paris at this time. If you wanted a pochoir done and you had the money or you had the fame that you could get in the door, you would go to Daniel Jacomet. It was kind of like if you wanted a lithograph done and you had the fame or the name or the money to get into the Merlot studio. Merlot was the #1 print studio in Paris at the time. So if you wanted a lithograph printed, and if you were Pablo Picasso, you went to Merlot. If you wanted a pochoir printed, you went to Daniel Jacquemet. And not just anybody could walk in there. I couldn't have walked in there and said, hey, I want to get these printed. They would have laughed at me. You know, I didn't have the name or the fame or the gravitas to me to get myself on the list or get myself in the door. But you know who did? I think Pablo Picasso had that name and gravitas and the fame to get himself in the door. And I guarantee you Daniel Jacquemet was happy to receive him and work with him, because anybody would have wanted to work with Picasso at this time. So once again, so now you have a pochoir. And what is a pochoir? It's a way of creating an original uniformed stencil work and make it uniform where each one comes out so you can do an addition. So these are hand painted in the pochoir stencil format, and in collaboration between Picasso and Daniel Jacquemet. So right there, I just gave you 4 reasons why you will never see this in the wild. What I'm going to call the wild is the art market, the gallery market. Let's call it out in the wild. You will never, ever see these at less than $8,000. And my bid is at what, $200? And I've got it in easily a $700 to $800 frame. But once again, I just gave you 6 good selling points of why you would not want to drop out of the bidding. Even for our show, these should be $3,000 to $4,000. Out in a gallery setting, $7,000 to $8,000. On the secondary market, if I own this, I wouldn't sell it to you for less than $8,000. I'd just hold on to it because I know it's going to go up in value. Because what is Picasso? Picasso is the #1 artist in the history of art financially. What does that mean? That means his paintings and his prints sell for more on average and more money than any other artist in history. Da Vinci, Rembrandt, Michelangelo, you go down the line. Picasso is #1. Now that is fluid. It does change from time to time. I mean, Basquiat, Picasso, Da Vinci, it just depends on who had the biggest sale lately. They'll flip-flop each other every once in a while. All right, so it's 30 inches wide by 26 inches tall. And I'm gonna say it's at least 36 inches on the diagonal. Guys, that's a $700 to $800 frame. Beautiful lacquer, black, antique kind of engraving. I think it's perfect for the piece. You've got a black lacquer fillet, linen matting. It is signed on the stone, Pablo Picasso right here, or Picasso right here, hand numbered. Guys, I am telling you, do not let this go. If you can get this under $5,000, $4,000, that is a phenomenal deal. Like I said, out in the wild, you're gonna be looking at $7,000 to $8,000. Go ahead and give me a 3-minute clock on this and we'll keep talking about it. So once again, I go back to what I was saying earlier. How did Picasso stay a professional artist for 8 decades? It's because he reinvented himself over and over and over again. He went from Cubism, or let's start at the beginning, the blue period, the rose period, the African mask. He went to neoclassic Picasso. Then he went to the line drawings. Then he went to, things you see like this, like he would draw on site at the bullfighting arena. These were absolutely, the studies were done for these, what we would say on plein air, in the outdoors, at the bullfighting arena. He would be sitting in the audience, probably the best seat in the house, especially in the 1950s. I mean, he would have had the best seat in the house. It would have been a reserved seat for him. And he would have his pad and paper out. He would be sketching these in ink washes and original ink and pen and ink drawings, doing studies for original paintings. The study for this, I guarantee you, was done on site. There's no question about it. That's Picasso. That's what he did. I've got $350. Thank you for that bid. Guys, I'm half the price of the frame. Pablo Picasso these do not sell. Like I said, you'd be lucky to find this at $5,000 to $6,000. I don't think you would. Because in the secondary market, nobody's going to let them go at that price. Maybe a gallery, you might find it at that $6,000, $7,000 mark. But even for our show, we should be at least $3,000 to $4,000. These are historical documents. They're 1 degree of separation from Picasso. It's phenomenal that we so undervalue. I mean, Picasso prices are going up all across the world, and our prices for the last year have been coming down. Make it make sense to me, guys. Take advantage of this. Take advantage of the time. Like I said, you cannot go wrong collecting anything that's documented with paperwork That's Pablo Picasso. You cannot go wrong. He is the #1 performing financial artist in history at the moment. Like I said, that changes from here to there. It flip-flops back and forth. But this gentleman here is the most important artist. There's no question he's the most important artist of the 20th century. There's nobody's going to argue that. Nobody's going to argue that. Now, all time, maybe not #1 all time, but he's #1 or 2 or 3, just depending on who you talk to. That's how important he was. And like I said, there's not many artists that can stay active, relevant, gaining value and gaining reputation for 8 decades. Think about that, guys. He was at the top of his game for 8 decades. From the time he was like 11, 12 years old, he just shot. I mean, he was a superstar. He was the most famous person on the planet. And I'm at a $400 bid. I'm literally just a little bit over half the price of the frame. It's a little bit shocking. I'll admit it. It's a little bit shocking. It takes me back a little bit. You know, usually I'm sitting on the other side. I'm not here talking to you guys, but usually I'm watching the show and, you know, running things behind the scenes. And after 22 years, you'd think I wouldn't get shocked anymore. But really, $400 on a Picasso pochoir like this, that actually still shocks me. And I'm sure my friend Ray Taylor's sitting in there in his booth getting ready to take over the show here a little bit. And I'm sure he's shocked too. I mean, you would think that nothing could shock us at this point. We've seen it all. But my goodness, I got $400 and a $450 bid. Thank you, Darren. How you doing tonight? Good. Awesome. How's your, tell your caller I said I hope they're doing well. Yeah, okay, thank you for that bid. So let's go ahead and, guys, once again, go back to the cert again real quick. I think I've already told you guys 6 or 7 selling points on this, just from the cert. The first selling point is Pablo Picasso, obviously. The second selling point is pochoir. It's an addition of 500, which is nothing in the grand scheme of things. There's how many billions of people on the planet? Think about that, guys. And this one was done in 1960. And then you add in Daniel Jacquemet to the whole thing. Now we're just in the stratosphere. Daniel Jacquemet's studio was the #1 place in the world to do pochoirs at the time. That's what he was known for. Like I said, if you wanted a pochoir done and you were lucky enough to be able to get them, it would have been like getting your lithography done by Merlot. That's the level Daniel Jacquemet was on. All right, thank you for that $600 bid. Once again, I'm approaching the price of the frame. That is a beautiful lacquer frame with an antique engraving on it, a black lacquer inlay fillet. Guys, it's signed on the stone. It's hand numbered. It is one of his great bullfighting scenes. And I'll be honest with you, when I collect Picasso, I got 5 or 6 Picassos. 5 of the 6 are all bullfighting scenes. I'm a fan. I've never seen a bullfight in person. And the way the world's going now, I don't think I ever will. And that's okay. You know, that's fine. You know, I would have loved to see one, but you know what? I get why they're outlawing them, and I get why we're moving away from them. But once again, this was Picasso's vision, his interpretation of his day at the matinee bullfight. This is Picasso's vision. I'm going to give you one last minute to think about this one, guys. Give us one last minute, and we will bid this out in 1 minute. Guys, jump in on this. We got 1 more minute left. I've got the big hand-signed Salvador Dali coming up, and then the host with the most, your favorite on-air personality, all those great things you can say about him. Ray Taylor will be up here in about 20 minutes to take over, and I know he's chomping at the bit. He's like trying to fight the microphone out of my hand right now. He can't wait to get on them. He can't wait to talk to you guys. He loves his job. You know he does. We're gonna have to wheel him out of here one day on a gurney. He's gonna fall over right here in the studio.
I was thinking that.
I would have it no other way, dude.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Lori, if it happens, I swear.
You have a Mitch McConnell moment. You'll just freeze up all of a sudden. And that was very nice of me. All right, guys. I got last call coming up. Where are we at? I got a $1,000 bid. Now we're a little bit over the price of the frame. Now we're cooking. I'm still, even for our show, I'm still $3,000 or $4,000 under bid. And don't ever let our prices confuse you with real world prices, guys. We are not the real world. We are your private fishing hole. We are something that you could take advantage of. You know, what's funny is everybody that walks through the door says, you guys must sell things for, you're on TV, you must sell things for crazy amounts of money. No, not at all. Not at all. We don't advertise. We don't really talk to anybody. We don't tell anybody we're here.
It's a secret.
Yeah, it's a secret. Then, you know, we've made it this far, but I don't know how. But all right, guys, I will call last call on the Pablo Picasso Pochoir in black. All right, last call, fair warning. I got going once. I've got it going twice. Fair and final. I will say sold. Congratulations.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century, and of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Leda Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of the other kind of modern school.
I see. So that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back live at the auction, and I've got this last lot before your favorite host, Ray Taylor, jumps in here. And he's going to start his set off here at 9 o'clock with a spectacular set of Vincent van Goghs. Wait till you see these Van Goghs. Perfectly curated together in beautiful presentation. Guys, these Van Goghs are spectacular. But we're not here to talk about Van Gogh. I'm here to talk about Salvador Dali. And graphics, could you do me a favor and go ahead and throw the Albert Field reference at the bottom of the graphics for me? That is I'm going to show you the Albert Field catalog here in just a second, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But first off, we have a hand-signed, hand-numbered, original Salvador Dali lithograph from the Gargantua and Pantagruel series. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Gargantua and Pantagruel. I have a copy of it. I collect. I'm trying to think. I was thinking about this earlier today. I have a couple of Gustave Doré or Dore. I've heard it both ways. He is French. He spent a lot of time in London. The British say Doré. I think the French say Dore because it's got that little accent mark over the E. If you don't know who Gustave Dore or Doré is, look him up. He was the greatest illustrator of the late 19th century, early 20th century. And he did a spectacular. Actually, his illustrations of Gargantua and Pantagruel are rated the #1 in history. He was one of the greatest phenomenal illustrators of any time period in history. Dore. Yeah. I've heard people say Doré, Dore. I don't know. I mean, I'm American. I speak American, right? That's right. So yes, if you have never, I just read about him, Gustave Dore. He did Gargantua and Pantagruel. You know what else he did? He did a phenomenal portfolio of the Divine Comedy, illustrations of the Divine Comedy. But one of his greatest works was The Slums of London. Guys, that really put it in perspective when you look at what life was like in the late 19th century in London. It was pretty bleak. But then you had artists like Andre Derain has a very famous portfolio. He illustrated Gargantua and Pantagruel. Louis Icart, we all know who, all of our regular viewers have seen Louis Icart. Now, you wouldn't think of Louis Icart doing Gargantua and Pantagruel. Now, obviously Salvador Dali's interpretations are surreal. Louis Icart went the literal interpretation, and we have sold those over the years. Now, there are some that you might get offended with if you look at Louis Icart's illustrations of Gargantua and Pantagruel. If you're Catholic, I would stay away from it. You'd probably get offended. I'm not just being honest. Louis Icart took the literal term and ran with it. He ran the literal interpretation and went with it. Because this was not a book for the meek at the time, guys. The author of Gargantua and Pantagruel had to hide from the Spanish Inquisition. He had to hide from the Catholic Church. He had to hide from it was a satire. It was a strike at religion. It was a strike at government. It was a strike. It was his way of fighting back, fighting the man at his time. And it was spot on. And there are it's like anything else that's written in that time period. It's kind of like reading the Divine Comedy or anything. Every interpretation is going to be a little bit different. The translations are going to be a little bit different. But I tell you what, if you want to laugh out loud from a 16th century book, Gargantua and Pantagruel is your jam. Let's put it that way. Where's my bid at? $300. Guys, I will let you know up front. Minimum $8,000, all the way up to $12,000. That's what the realm on these fall between $8,000 and $12,000. That is just the reality of the market. Now, they used to say that Dali was the 5 masters of the 20th century. Up until maybe 10, 12 years ago, Dali was still considered, of the 5 masters, Dali was considered the affordable one. Not anymore, guys. That's over. Forget about it. Between Matisse, Picasso, Moreau, Chagall, Dali. Dali was the last of the affordable. They used to call, I've heard art dealers say it. He was the last of the, not anymore. He's not. His price points have skyrocketed. And they should, because that's how important Dali was. Dali might have been naturally the most talented painter to ever live. I mean, he could paint anything. Picasso could too. Picasso, you look at Cubism and whatnot, or the simple line drawings. Picasso could paint photorealistic, hands down. You know who else could paint photorealistic that you would never imagine? Is Jean Miro. Jean Miro could paint photorealistic. It's just that he chose to do pure surrealism. His early works, he did paintings of farms and stuff, spot on photorealistic. And I've always had, when you look at an abstract artist, you almost want to know that they could paint photorealistic. It adds a little bit more flair and a little bit more meaning behind their artwork, because they're not just an abstract. Ray, I know, what do you always say, Ray? Anybody can paint an abstract painting, but can you do it well? But what is well in abstract art? That's a whole other conversation. I mean, it's really about color interactions and, Joseph Albers, the interaction of color. But I'm taking right after Ray Taylor. I'm going off on a...
Tony, on this particular image, I own it, but I didn't want to buy it at first, and I'm going to be blunt. It looks like a very bad American person of a certain sect.
That was
go
pretty
to my
common,
computer.
yeah.
It is a capirote, and what that means is a penitent. It is a Catholic penitent, and these are very holy people, and they go back literally 2,000 years.
I was watching The Godfather for the 18,000th time the other night. And when they're doing the procession where they're pinning the money to the statue,
right?
They were wearing, all the guys carrying the statues were wearing that same hood.
Right.
Yes.
So
yeah, that's exactly what they were wearing in The Godfather when they were carrying the statue.
It is a very holy, a very blessed, holy gentleman. And that's why I collected it. And it means a lot to their religion. And one other thing, and then I'm going to leave you alone. A lot of people, especially me, is it a museum piece? Go to my computer. Let's go to the Dali Museum in Spain. Let's have a look. Anybody just type in Dali Museum Spain, click on their website. That's the exterior. We scroll down. It's a wonderful, well-built website, very, very thorough. You can learn so much, and then click on virtual tour. And so we go to the museum, and that's the front door. That's where everybody walks through. I've done it. I want Tony to go. I told Tony if you ever.
You know what you need to do is I have the Oculus 3. You can take a virtual tour like you're walking down the hallways. The Oculus 3, if you like VR, the best thing to me is about taking the museum tours all around. I can go to any museum in the world and I'm like, it feels like I'm there. It's amazing. And there it is. And that's the black and white.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, there you go. You flew right past it. Now we're in Picasso.
I have no idea what I'm doing. Go back to the art.
All right, you get that back set up. I'm going to show you the album.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
All right, guys. What I'm going to do is, okay, let's go over the cert real quick while Ray gets that ready for you.
How did I do that?
All right, this is a long cert. Salvador Dali,
Bless
Spanish
his heart.
artist, 1904 to 1989. Les songs de Pantagruel. This is letter Y. What does that mean? He didn't individually. This goes from A to Y, so there's 25 different images in the series. This is Y. This is the last one in the series. It is referenced in the Albert Field catalog, and I'm going to show you that in just a second. Original lithograph in black and red ink on Japan Imperial paper, pencil signed and numbered by the artist in the lower margin. Pencil signed. That is key. First date, first printing, the only printing. I don't think there was ever a secondary printing of these. Example number 44 of 250, published by Compertier in France in 1973. Let's go back to the art for just a second. All right, now I'm going to wheel in the Albert Field catalog. And what am I looking at here? If you own any Dali, buy this catalog, guys. This is the official graphic works of Salvador Dali by Albert Field. This is a great coffee table book, and if you own any Dali, you want to have this book in your possession. So you flip to its reference page. This is where it starts. This is where the Pantagruel series starts here. And this will give you the whole breakdown of every print ever made and when they were made, blah, blah, blah. So here are the first set of the Pantagruels. You actually have to flip to the second page, and it's going to be over here. And like I said, it's the last one in the series. It's letter Y, title Y. So it's the last documented one. There was 25 done, A through Y. We didn't get the Z. He did 25. There's your image in the book. That's what you want to see. Now go back to the art. Voila. There you go. Guys, $8,000 to $12,000 is the reality. 20 years ago, $4,000 would have been the reality. Not anymore. Like I said, I've heard many art dealers say, Salvador Dali was the last of the affordable 20th century masters. Those days are, like Race Taylor told him, size 38, those days are way behind you, my friend.
They're long behind you now, sir.
Those days are long behind us. This is an $8,000 to $12,000 Salvador Dali. Why? It's original. It's in the Albert Field catalog. It's from one of his most famous print series, the Pantagruel series. It's hand-signed by Dali and nobody else. It's numbered by Salvador Dali. It's well documented. It's from 1973. That's 52 years ago. I was born in 74. That's how I knew the math that quick. I'm 51. All right, let's go to Ray's computer. I'll just, Ray pulled this up so I could give you a frame of reference. This is another image from the series, from the Pantagruel series. What's the price on that? $10,279. Like I said, $8,000 to $12,000 is the reality. Our world, this show is not reality. This is not the real world. You guys are spoiled. I love spoiling you, but even for us, this is way low, guys, way low. You know what? That is not an unfair price. I wouldn't argue with the person. I wouldn't. Now go in there and offer them $850 and see what they say. It's that's the best offer. They might take $9,500. They're not going to take $950. I can guarantee you that, and I'm guaranteeing you that one probably doesn't come framed. And there's nothing wrong with that. Some people collect prints. I mean, I collect a lot of prints that have never been framed. Fine. But this one's ready. It's in about an $800 frame, ready to be displayed, perfect presentation, and I'm at $850. Now you know why they don't let me host the show. This is exactly why I don't get to host the show, and I can't have nice things. I can't have nice things because these are the price points we're at. They won't give me nice things. They won't let me touch nice things, and this is exactly why. At under $1,000 there is no such thing as a pencil signed Dali of anything under $1,000, guys. It doesn't exist. Even his autograph, Ray will show you, he showed you many times over, $9,000, $8,000, $10,000 just for an autograph. If he doodled on a piece of paper and put his autograph on it, it'd be $10,000. And this is a catalog referenced, original, well-documented historical work by Salvador Dali. Let's go ahead and give it the last minute, guys, and I will bid this out. I don't want to at this price point, but that's the way we run things around here. And there's been several meetings that, we probably should set reserves or have starting bids, or like Ray says before, I mean, he's spot on about it. If something should sell for $8,000 to $10,000 and we started at $100 and it takes us 10 minutes to get to $1,000, psychologically you're sitting at home going, that seems like a lot now. It's nothing, guys. This is nothing for this. I'm not trying to be facetious, but when we're a little bit over the price of a frame.
Yeah, if we had a reserve, you'd look at the one on eBay at $10,000. I'd say open the bidding at 5. 3 hands would go up. 5, that's half.
Yeah. Guys, you might want to jump in on this. I'm dragging my feet. I will give you every opportunity to get your bids in. I promise you that. I've got $950. Thank you for that bid. I got $950 looking for $1,000. I got $950 looking for $1,000. I'm literally about $150 over the price of the frame, looking for a $1,000 bid on the hand-signed, hand-numbered, original, catalog referenced Salvador Dali. These are all words that don't go... 1,000, thank you for that bid. These are all words that do not go together. Hand-signed, hand-numbered, original, catalog referenced, Salvador Dali does not equal $1,000. It equals $8,000 to $12,000 all day long. But at $1,000, you are winning, guys. And I'm not just saying that because I work here. I would tell you that if we were walking down the street and we saw this. If I was walking down the street at $1,100 and I saw this, let's put it this way. If you see this for $3,000 anywhere else, I would tell you to buy it. If you called me and say, hey, I just found this Panther Girl for $3,000, should I get it? Yes. Just make sure it's real. And that's the great thing you have with us. We take all that guesswork out of it for you. We guarantee everything. We take the guesswork out. Guys, I will tell you one thing. If you're not a savvy auction person and you go to an auction, you can get burned. Because there's ways people word things at auctions, and it's perfectly fine. But if you don't know what you're doing, you can get yourself in a little situation at a brick and mortar auction house if you don't know what you're doing. My favorite TV commercial of all time is when that guy's sitting in the audience and he bids on that vase for like $150,000, and then he stands up immediately and goes, I'd like to sell it now, because he raised his hand, he got himself in trouble. Guys, I'm going to give you one last minute. We will bid this out. Actually, we got about 40 seconds left on that clock, and I'm at $1,200. I got $1,200 going once. Oh, please, somebody save me. Somebody call in and swoop in here and save me. I've got $1,200 going twice. I wish I could convey to you how great of a value. What's Ray's motto? Buy what you like, buy what you can afford, and buy quality. I've heard him say it about 18 million times. And he's right. But you know what? Buy what you like. But I have bought a lot of things over the years that I'm not crazy about, but the value was just too much to pass up. I knew what I was buying, and I knew that even if I didn't want to look at it on my wall, I'd stick it under my bed and store it for 10 years and giggle when I pulled it out and sold it for 3 times what I paid for it. Sometimes a value is just too good to pass up. But once again, we will close this out, guys. I've got $1,200 going once. Charlie, is that your bidder? Do they know how lucky they are? No, ask them. Did they know how lucky? Did they wake up lucky this morning, Charlie? Because that's exactly what they did. They woke up lucky this morning and didn't even know it.
I usually wake up grumpy.
I don't know what it feels like to wake up lucky. How's that feel? I'll have to call you back and you have to tell me how it feels to wake up lucky. I've got $1,200 going once. Wow, guys, I wish I could convey to you. Unframed, this should be $7,000 to $8,000. I've got $1,200 going twice. All in, all fair, all square. Do I hear anybody else? I hear phones ring. I will drag my feet. And don't get mad at us at home. I mean, you see our price points here, guys. I mean, we would like to sell things for a little bit more, obviously. But, we got to give everybody, being on TV, I give everybody a fair chance to get their bids in, and I will do the same for you. So I got $1,200 going once. 13. I got $1,300 looking for 14. I got $1,300 looking for 14. I've got $1,300. 14, thank you, Charlie. 1,400 looking for 15. I got 1,400 looking for 15. I've got $1,400 going once. I've got $1,400 going twice. Subtract the $800 frame, you are a winner. I've got $1,400 last call.
Tony, I've got to say this. For any bidder who's thinking about the next bid, the one in the Dali Museum is black and white. That's the deluxe edition.
Yeah.
It's more valuable.
All right, guys, I've got $1,400 going once. I believe Darren is out. I've got $1,400 going twice. I just didn't hear him say I'm out up here. I was waiting for his, standard line, I'm out up here. All right, it is sold. Charlie, congratulations. You woke up lucky, and congratulations on that phenomenal buy.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ray Taylor. It gives me great pride and great pleasure to be able to announce that for the first time in 19 years and after 40 years in the art business, I have the first edition printing of Van Gogh's Starry Night. I'm looking for, I don't even know, 100,000, 150,000. This is a first edition of Starry Night. Not just one of the greatest paintings in America. It's at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City, and you can go see it. I highly recommend that museum. I think pretty much to everyone in the world. It's don't get me started. It's got Les Demoiselles d'Avignon by Pablo Picasso. It's got The Dance by Matisse. It is one of the 7 known sunflowers by Vincent van Gogh, and it has Starry Night, and my personal favorite, The Persistence of Memory by Salvador Dali. If that's not enough to pay for a limo ride from JFK into town, I don't know what is. But there it is. Take a look on it. We should have auctioned it separately. I lobbied for doing a 1-month ad campaign on this. This is beyond rare, and you'll never believe what museum it ended up in. Now we're going to do the pair, and I want the pair. In May of 1870, Vincent van Gogh, on the advice of his friends, went to go seek treatment under a doctor by the name of Gachet in Alvers-sur-Oise. I'll show you a little picture of the town. This pair should not be auctioned together. They should be auctioned separately. We've got about close to, I would say 1,600, if not 1,600 in framing. Now, let's focus on the one on the left, and I'm going to save the best one, the one on the right, for later. The old vineyard with the peasant woman began as a watercolor. Do you see the woman on the right? It was a painting that Van Gogh made in May of 1890 when he was living in a little town called Alvers-sur-Oise. Let's go to my computer, please. I don't mean to mangle the beautiful French language, but we'll just go through a few pictures real quickly. A beautiful French town. I want to go there. I want to go to that restaurant. I want to go to that restaurant. Anyhow, that's the view. That's what he saw going up to his room. And he's buried there next to his brother. That's the church. There's Dr. Gachet. That's one of his last paintings. I think it is his last major painting. There's the garden. There's the garden. Wow. This is just beyond. That's the train station that he arrived at. This is phenomenal stuff. Let's go back to the art. Sorry about that. I didn't throw that one in. We've had great art on the show, but this pair, I think we should have been on national television. It may have, I'm sorry, I said 1870, I meant 1890. He spent the last 5 months of his life in that town. It's just north of Paris at about, I'd put it at 11 o'clock, north-northeast, north-northwest. Anyhow, it began with a drawing that he mentions in a letter of the 25th of May in 1890 to his brother Theo and his wife Johanna, and that's how this got published. He said, I have just arrived in Alver. I said, I'm going to paint a large canvas of this scene. I'm going to use a number 30 canvas. That's big. That's a lot of money for him. Now, there is no known number 30 canvas of this scene. We don't know what happened to it. A lot of people think it was lost in the bombings of World War II. Now, the drawing, this is called a drawing. It's a mixture of diluted oil paint and watercolor, and in these beautiful tones. In a letter to Theo, he said, the red roof provides a contrasting accent in the manner that I had learned from Delacroix, Eugene Delacroix, in my early 1887 days in Paris. Now, where is that drawing? Where is that drawing? Go to my computer. It's in the Van Gogh Museum. It's in the Vincent van Gogh Museum. Oops, sorry. I don't know how to operate a computer. There it is. Folks, I believe this is the only example on American soil. This literally is once in a lifetime, and I am not kidding. I am not kidding. I looked and looked and looked. I could not find any dealer in the world to have this. There it is, the original painting. Now, I'm offering you the first edition. That should put us above 10,000 right there. Boom, quick. I'm not kidding. I know I sound a little flustered on this, but this for me, for an art dealer, sorry, too big. This is once in a lifetime stuff. I'll never see this again. The only time I'll ever be able to see this image again is to go to the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam, where it is right now. That's where it is right now. Look in the upper right. Look in the upper right. Sorry about the logo. I'll get rid of that. I will print that out for the winning bidder. I quote, go back to the art. These should have been auctioned separately, but it doesn't matter. We're in for a penny, in for a pound. Van Gogh focused on painting in the final 3 months of his life. He only completed a handful of large finished drawings, including this one of a vineyard in Alver. We find the same wavy lines in his late paintings, such as The Starry Night. I'm getting goosebumps. The image began with a pencil drawing. Then he added oil paint and watercolor in many different shades of blue. He then painted the roofs red, and at the museum, they've since faded to brown. Because he left large area of the paper blank, the color white plays a large role in the scene. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Go to, I'm going to do it. Go to my computer. I wasn't going to read all of this, but I have to. I feel compelled to. Look at the history of this. When he died, his brother Theo inherited it. Brother Theo died in January of 1891. It was inherited by his widow, Johanna van Gogh Bonger, and then to their son, Vincent Willem van Gogh, Paris. She died on September 2nd, 1925. It was given on loan by Vincent Willem van Gogh, the nephew, to the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam in 1931. Then, after being on loan, it was given back to Vincent Willem van Gogh, and he gave it to the Van Gogh Foundation in Amsterdam, and that's where it is today. It was once loaned to the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, then to the Stedelijk Museum, and it's been at the Van Gogh Museum of Amsterdam since July of 1994. Guys, you'll never see this again. You will never have a chance to buy the one on the left. Now, the Starry Night, I think we should be above $100,000. There is no greater Van Gogh image. It is one of the greatest iconic images in the history of all humanity, The Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh. They're even saying there's things like the Fibonacci sequence in it, fractals in it. It's been exhibited around the world. Van Gogh Museum, Metropolitan Museum of Art back in 2005, Tokyo. It's been pretty much around the world. Kroller-Müller Museum, Metropolitan Museum of Art. This work of art has traveled at the Grand Palace of Paris in 1977, Oslo at the Edvard Munch Museum, Stockholm. I can go on and on. Look at all these museums. Look at all these museums that work of art has traveled to. The Guggenheim, the Art Gallery of Toronto, Winnipeg, Ottawa. I love Ottawa. Ottawa is a weird place. I did one auction there. I was like, this is different. Look at the museums this work has been to. Now, I don't think you're never going to find the one on the left. You'll never find that again. Let's go back to the one on the right. Let's go back to the one on the right. Want to go big? Let's go the biggest in the history of this show. I think this is the most important work we've ever had. The Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh was finished in June of 1889. It's the view out of his window of his asylum in Saint-Remy. It was in the middle of the night just before sunrise. Now, the village is imaginary. It's the permanent collection of the Museum of Modern Art. It is called the touchstone of modern art. If you were to list the 10 greatest paintings in the history of humanity, it would be in the top 5. It was a former monastery that was functioning as a mental asylum. He voluntarily checked himself in on the 8th of May, 1889. He had a mental breakdown. He got drunk on absinthe. Don't drink absinthe. It's 180 proof. It's like drinking moonshine. I had one in Spain. I had to have it. I had one. That's it. I'm done. And that night he cut off his ear, but that's another story. Now, typically, the St. Paul Asylum really only catered to very wealthy patients. And it was because of his fame as an artist and because of his brother Theo that he was given access. He was also one of the very few that was given a second-story bedroom where this was painted from and a ground-floor studio. In the work of art, not only do we see the moon, we see Venus. The cypress trees in the foreground are a bit exaggerated. It doesn't matter. People have interpreted this as religious to dealing with mental health, Van Gogh's emotional turmoil. Art historians have said the sky really links to the newest discoveries because of things like the Hubble telescope, that he foresaw it. Now, like I said, the letter... No, guys, I'm offering you Van Gogh's Starry Night. If you don't see $25,000 here, I don't know what to tell you. It's the first edition of Starry Night. It's the all right. Like, you want to go big? All right. I was holding out on you. I was holding out on you. Go to my computer. This one took a little bit of work. You have to do a lot of research to find it. There it is. There's the original drawing. There's the original. There's the original drawing, not the painting. This work of art, so where is it? You'll never see it. It's at the Museum of Architecture in Moscow, Russia. You think I'm kidding? It's at the Museum of Architecture in Moscow, Russia. Let's go back to the art, because it doesn't come up easily. Go to my computer. See, it's all in Russian, and you can't bring up everything. Properly pronounced, it's the Shushev State Research Museum of Architecture, one of the world's largest research centers for the study and popularization of architectural Russian heritage. And it goes on and on and on. But when we go to digital, you can't find it. It'll have online lectures, but we know for a fact, oh gosh, all these pop-ups these days. We know for a fact it is in that museum. And I do have a little bit of, there it is right there. I mean, there's the museum right there. But they don't have anything to click on museum collection. They have the exhibition. Okay, when you click on exhibitions, see, it doesn't, I can't, but I will guarantee it's at that museum. Let's go back to the art. I did have one other thing to show you about this. Now, do this properly. Guys, no, bid on this like there's no tomorrow. Listen to me. Wakey, wakey. Wakey, 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 wakey. Bid on this. It's Van Gogh's Starry Night. It's Van Gogh's Starry Night. You'll never see it again. It's a first edition. I'm losing my mind. Bid on this. Bid on this. Bid on this. I'm telling you, I'm going to yell. I'm actually going to yell. I'll yell from the highest rooftops. This is something you should bid on. This is Vincent Van Gogh's Starry Night, and look at the condition. You'll never see it again. I'll never have another one. In 40 years in the art business, I've never seen it. It's in the most obscure museum ever. Go to my computer. You want to go obscure? Let's go to the Museum of Architecture. I can't even pronounce the city it's in. Who founded it? Alexei Shushev. Yeah, I got nothing on this. But we know it's there because of the Van Gogh Gallery, the Van Gogh Gallery.com. Van Gogh, they have a catalog of all of these, and there it is right there. The Museum of Architecture, Moscow, Russia. Van Gogh Starry Night. The Van Gogh Starry Night. It is... I don't think... If you own this, would you sell it for $50,000? It's one of the greatest works of art in the history of humanity. This predates the oil painting. I'm losing my mind.
I can't even imagine what that would sell for. 200 million? I don't.
No, it would be $1 billion. If the Van Gogh Starry Night came up for sale, it would be $1 billion painting, minimum. Let's go back to the art, guys. If you're going to bid on anything, anything in the world, go to Wikipedia, read the whole story. Go to my computer. I will quote the Van Gogh Gallery itself. Right here. It is one of the most recognized pieces of art in the world. Boom, we're done. It's everywhere. Coffee cups, mugs, t-shirts, towels, magnets. It resonates with people around the world. It's a testament to how its beauty is timeless. I have the original drawing, the first known printing of the original drawing. You'll never see it again. It's free. You're at the prices of the frames. Let's go back to the art. I quote, Vincent van Gogh painted Starry Night in 1889. He was at the asylum of Saint Paul, near Saint-Rémy de Provence. He lived well in the hospital. He was allowed more freedom than any other patient. If attended, he could leave the hospital grounds and he was allowed to paint, read, and withdraw into his own room alone. He was even given a studio. He had the occasional relapse into paranoia and fits. Officially, he'd been diagnosed with epilepsy, and it seemed that his mental health was recovering. Unfortunately, he relapsed. He began to suffer hallucination. He had thoughts of suicide. He plunged into depression. Accordingly, there was a tonal shift in his work. He returned to incorporating darker colors from the beginning of his career. And Starry Night is a wonderful example of that shift. Blue dominates the painting, blending the hills into the sky. Notice the strokes. All around the sky they swirl, each dab of color rolling with the clouds around the stars and the moon. Let's go back to the Starry Night. The peasant woman, $10,000 all day long. It's extremely rare. Okay, the one on the left is rare. This one here is rare and expensive. Please think about it. You had a chance to buy the first known printing of Vincent van Gogh's. Look at the year. World War II is over. You're looking at a chance to buy Starry Night under $25,000. I wouldn't sell it for $30,000. Just real quick. I quote Vincent van Gogh. He wrote to his brother Theo, I read in Genesis chapter 37, verse 9. Joseph states, and he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, behold, I have dreamed a dream more, and behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me. I mean, if we've ever had anything important on this show, it is right here. I didn't measure them. I'll do that. I'll do both. On the frame, that's going to be 32 by 28. That's 4 feet right there. 28, 32 by 28, they match. No. There's no 21,000 here. I'm looking for 50,000 for that. A 1945 first edition Vincent van Gogh Starry Night. I want to grab it and run out the door. Have Tony yell at me. Let's go to the certificate. Oh, Tony tidied up. He's so nice. I forgot my pointer. I left it over here. No, it's Van Gogh Starry Night, first edition. Oh, Myrtle May, I'm going to cry myself to sleep. Winter with Peasant. Offset lithograph in colors after the original. The original's in the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam. Executed in Munich, 1945. Cypress tree with a starry night, or starry heaven, I should say. Heaven. Offset lithograph in colors after the original, executed in Munich, 1945. There is no earlier edition. There is no earlier edition. There is no earlier edition. And let's go back to the Starry Night. Look at condition. I've got $1,800 in framing. Look at this. Flawless. There's no creases, there's no wormholes, no pinholes, nothing. It is spectacular. Now, there is one thing I do want to make a commentary. Let me find the date on this. I can't believe I've kept this 11 years. Vanity Fair, December of 2014, it's online for free. Can we zoom in right there under the letter V? Van Gogh, Suicide or Murder. It's online for free. Anybody can read it. I will never believe Van Gogh killed himself. He did not. And I'll tell you why. If you have a pistol, and I'm going to do this on the air, if you have a pistol, are you going to take that pistol and point it upward under your rib cage and go that way? No. If you're laying on the ground in a defensive posture and a kid is standing over you, see, there was a rich kid in town, and he was the pharmacist's son. He was the richest kid in town. So his dad took him to see Annie Oakley and Buffalo Bill, the Wild West show, all the way to London, and they went by train. And when he got back, he had to have a holster and a 6-gun, and he waved it all around. And what they would do, they would be nice to Theo. They'd see him painting in the woods. He'd give him a bottle of wine. Nice. Leave him alone. Next day, give him a bottle of wine. These are nice kids. One day they show up with a bottle of whiskey. Then they begin shoving him and pushing him down. Next thing you know, he shot him. You don't go upward. Read the story. December 2014, Vanity Fair. It's online for free. Van Gogh, Suicide or Murder. You'll see. I'll never believe it. Oh, 10 cents on the dollar, Taylor. And what a magnificent presentation this would be. What a okay, I almost forgot. That's 3 feet. So I'm going to put these frames at over 1,000. Look how thick they are. Look at the quality. And yes, I'll give you a printout on the location of this and the location of that. The original paintings at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. Go see it. Go see it. Go see it. And I want to talk to some young people out there. Ray, I could never afford to go to New York City. Grab a pencil. I'll wait. www.thepointsguy. He has all the credit cards in America. And one of them, at the top of the list, I bought one. You can get 50,000 miles. I don't care where you live. You can fly to New York. You can fly to JFK or Newark. Fly to Newark, take the subway. You can get there. Follow the rules. The Points Guy. The Points Guy. You know, a lot of people think that, oh, well, these rich people watch this show. No, trust me, we have a lot of people riding the struggle bus. His brother Theo said, Van Gogh simply wanted to breathe in the higher power of the Bible into his art. He grew up in a religious household. Theo said, divide the painting into 3 parts. The sky is divine. It is by far the most dreamlike, the unreal part of the painting, beyond human comprehension and just out of reach. Go down to the level of the cypress, the hills, and the trees on the ground. They bend and swirl. Soft angles that match the soft swirls of the sky. The last part is the village. The straight lines and the sharp angles divide it from the rest of the painting, seemingly separating it from the heavens of the sky. If you note the dots of trees rolling through the village and how the spire of the church reaches up to the sky, Van Gogh is bringing God to the village. All right, and here we go.
Somebody needs to bring God to this village.
Everett's up. That is
Going once, going twice. Sold.
Claude Monet was born the 14th of November 1840, passed away December 5th, 1926. This was created 25 in the world in 1924. Not just one of the most important French painters of all time, but he is the founder of Impressionism. Impressionism is the key precursor to all modern art. And during his long and illustrious career, he was the most consistent and prolific practitioner of Impressionism's philosophy, and that is to express one's perceptions before nature, especially as it is applied to en plein air, outdoor landscape painting. Even the name, even the term, the name of the movement, Impressionism, is actually taken from the title of one of his paintings, Impression Soleil Levant, the impression of a sunrise. It was exhibited in 1874 at the Exhibition of the Rejects that was initiated by Claude Monet and his associates to an alternative to the Paris Salon. He was raised in Le Havre, which is Normandy, which is North France. He became interested in, like a young boy, and in the outdoors and then drawing at an early age. His mother, Louise Justine Monet, supported his ambitions for the boy to be a painter. His father, Claude, disapproved, wanted to pursue a career, a family business. You take the family business. He was very close to his mother. She died in 1857 when he was 16. So the father sent him to live with a childless, widowed, but wealthy aunt. And it turned out to be a great blessing because she could afford to have him trained under one of the great academic history painters, Charles Glare. And in that studio, the Académie Suisse, he met Auguste Renoir. When they were fresh out of high school, Renoir and Claude Monet became friends at art school. He then developed this ambition to document the French countryside. It led to a method of painting the same scene over and over many times to capture the changing of light, the passing of the seasons. Why? Because of the invention of the camera. With the invention of the camera and its photographic precision, it was the artists who said, well, we live in this age of machines, a sailing ship with no sails, a steamship, and a horseless carriage. What? A carriage with no horses? An automobile. We lived in the time of hot air balloons. We could see the city like a bird. We could soar through the sky. We could talk to London immediately through a telegraph. These are incredible times. And we lived in the age of machines. La Belle Époque, the beautiful era. And the camera
at first was seen as a mechanical curiosity, but it was the artist who said, we have to get back to the beginning. An artist must share what it means to be alive.
It was a challenge, I will have to admit. I go to my computer. I had to go to Wikipedia and track it down to look at every single painting by Claude Monet. Now this is a challenge. You're going to see. Watch how many paintings. And yes, I did look at all of these for you. Okay, watch. Nope. Keep going. No, not even close. Keep going. Oh yeah, keep going. Keep going. Yeah, we're going to keep going. Oh, and there it is, number 303. At the Sammlung Rau für UNICEF, the Art Museum of Bahnhof in Rolandseck, Remagen. It's in Germany. It's at the Jean Arp was a great designer and artist. And so we have it right here. And it's at the Arp Museum. So, of course, I'm going to track it down for you. And there it is. Now, look in the upper left. Arp Museum, Bahnhof Rolandseck. So we go all through it. The economist, doctor of tropical medicine, and philanthropist, Dr. Gustav Rau, was born in Stuttgart in 1922. Over a period of 40 years, he assembled one of the finest and most important private art collections in Europe. When he died in 2002, he left his outstanding collection to the Children's Aid Organization, UNICEF. And when I get home, I got a letter from UNICEF today. They need money for the children of Sudan, and I will make a contribution. When was the last time a starving kid got a lucky break? But it doesn't matter. It was his wish, it does matter, that for 18 years, his most valuable paintings and sculptures be made available on public view until 2026. This will take place in the specially arranged Kunstkammer Rau in the Arp Museum of Bahnhof Rolandseck. And so there we have a few. I think that is one of the finest. Oh, the St. Mark's Square in Venice. You know who loves this painting? You're going to laugh. You know who loves this painting? Only a few people are going to know who I mean. Oh my gosh, it's on the tip of my tongue. I can see his face, and I can't remember his name. I can see his face. We invited him on the show. I'll remember in a little bit. He has a famous podcast. Anyhow, we'll go. Silly duck. I'm just a silly duck. Edgar Degas, one of his last self-portraits. Henri Fontaine-Latour, Still Life with Peaches. And there is the Claude Monet, the Pyramids of Port Coton. So I went through the whole thing. One of the best Renoirs in the world. So yeah, I want to go. I want to go to Remagen, Germany. And that's the good news. The bad news, they do not have the entire collection. Now, here's what I did. It says you will find further information about the Rau collection for UNICEF and the art collector Gustav Rau on the UNICEF website. So watch this. So yeah, I'm a sucker. I did it. I clicked on it, went to the UNICEF website, right there. And I can't find it. I looked through the whole thing. I cannot find the museum, the story. Let's go back to the art. Anyhow, we did track down the painting. I will give you a printout of that museum, and that's not a big deal. We know that the catalog number on this work of art is 303. Anybody can find it. Go to my computer. I've typed in Wikipedia, wikipedia.org, list of paintings by Claude Monet. And we look at all of them, and they're just magnificent. And just go to 303, look on the right, 308, 306, and voila. The view of Amsterdam at the Arp Museum, Bahnhof Rolandseck in Remagen, Germany. So we know where the original painting is. Let's go back to the art, and I'll measure it for you. Do want to remind you, these are first editions, collected after World War II by Orban Huchet. Let's go to the certificate. Why should I collect this? Claude Monet passed away in 1926. This was printed in Paris in 1924. Done. You think that's $300? A lifetime Claude Monet? Guys, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it every show. You're living in a golden age. This only happens once every 100 years. Art prices have not been this low since the Great Depression, 1929. This is not once in a lifetime being defined as 73 years. This is once in a century. $300 for a guaranteed first date, copper plate engraving, flawless mint condition of Claude Monet. 1926 is when he passed. Wow. Copper plate engraving on Arches paper, executed under the direct and living supervision of Claude Monet. Why does it say that? He wasn't cranking the printing press. In 1924, he had cataracts. You could still see, he was still painting, but he lacked that detail to run a printing press. That's fine. Picasso, Dali, Miro, Renoir prints are done under supervision that way as well. I have photographs of that. First date copper plate engraving. You don't think that's worth more than $300? Where do you guys shop? A beautiful view of Amsterdam. That is going to be 19 by 15, 19 by 15, 19 by 15. About a $250 frame on a slow day. Thank you for the bid. And just, again, put it in context. Walk into a gallery. Hi, I'm looking for a real copper plate engraving. It has to be catalog referenced. 1874. Claude Monet, founder of Impressionism. And if you frame it, I'll give you $300. What a wonderful art show this is. What a wonderful time we're having. And you know something, I'm glad you're watching, you know, whether you bought it or not, buy anything or not, because I say it every show, I think it brings out your higher self, and I'm glad you're here. I'm really glad you're here. All right, you know, and I wish you could talk. Because the companion piece, Go to My Computer, you know who collected the companion piece to this? It's the same building. Look very closely. It's the same, it's the same building. You see that distinctive roof line? See that very distinctive roof line? You know who collected this? Vincent van Gogh. It's at the Van Gogh Museum, View of Amsterdam, Claude Monet. Let's go back to the art. Wow. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. Just another big upset on the show. At $400. How lovely. I've got 4 going once, I've got 4 going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are we done? Are we done? I'll go to my computer. I've clicked on the ARP Museum. And apparently it's a beautiful place. Oh, I like this. The Void Stone. Void. Come on, you gotta love artists. Current. All right, let's go back to the art. Yeah, record low for a lifetime Claude Monet. Let's go to my computer last time. If you ever go to Remagen, Germany, and I want to go to Berlin and visit Simon Roland. Boy, that looks beautiful. John Arp arrived at that train station. All right, let's go back to the art. All right, and here we go, setting the all-time record low. 10 cents on the dollar now, lifetime. Go back to the cert. Think about that. Go to any art gallery. Tony, this is cheaper than a pack of K-pop trading cards. Have you priced those little anime statues? Oh my God, where do kids get this kind of money? Quarter. Oh. The money's rolling. I feel like I'm in Las Vegas for the Formula One Grand Prix. Did you see at the end of the race where the top three place, first, second, and third place, Max Verstappen and Piastri and Noland, they all rode around in a Lego pink Cadillac. They rode around the track on a Lego pink Cadillac. Free money, get your free money. Remember these days, turn on the DVR. Then when you're old and gray, hey kids, come watch my video where I bought a lifetime copper plate engraving by Claude Monet for $500. Oh, get Grandpa his pills. I think I need a pill right now. I definitely need a pill. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. Romain de Tirtov was born in November of 1892. He passed away in April of 1990. Today we know him by his pseudonym, Erte. It's the French pronunciation of his initials. And, like Chagall, he was born in Russia, but he became a great French artist and one of the greatest designers of all time. He worked in fashion, he worked in jewelry, he worked in limited edition prints, graphic arts, costumes, set design, film, theater, opera, even interior decorating for some of the wealthiest people in the world at that time. Now, his real name is Roman Petrovich Tirtov. A very, very distinguished family name. His family goes back to the year 1548. You've heard of Genghis Khan? Well, there was a Tatar Khan by the name of Tirt. So his father, Pyotr Ivanovich Tirtov, was an admiral in the Russian fleet. So what did he want for his boy? He wanted him to go to Naval Academy. Well, when he was 15, his father put him on a Navy ship as a cabin boy. He had seasickness the entire time. He said, I hated it. He said, but at the same time, even earlier in life, I became interested in a career, and it would either be theater or dance. I didn't know.
I would ride my bicycle 30 kilometers to get a book on theater. I would go to another library. But eventually, as he grew and became a teenager, he said, I came to the conclusion I could live without dance, but I could not live, and I could not give up my passion for painting and design. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. In 1910, he moved to Paris to pursue a career as a designer. Now, that decision, now he's only 18. He's 18. Now that decision did not make his father happy. His father really wanted him to go and become a naval officer. So when he first moved there, he didn't use his name, Romain de Tirtoff. He used his initials, RT. And when the French first began seeing his art, they assumed wrongly that no man could ever have such a delicate line in their hand, the ability to make a line become very thin and very thick in one pull of the brush. Look at his art closely. It's amazing. So they named him, the French, in the French diminutive, Erte. It's feminine. He thought it was hilarious. It wasn't until years later, well, about 4 years later, that he did the theater set design, and the maestro went before the conductor podium, and he tapped the podium with his baton, and he said, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you the person who has created the playbills, the graphics, all of the costumes, and the set designs. May I present to French society, Erte. And out walks this very, very short, diminutive man in tux and tails, and everybody thought, well, it's a joke. We know Erte is a woman. What kind of absurdity is this? He said. The room went silent. I walked to my mark on the center of the little X painted on the floor, and I looked into the crowd. No one was moving. He goes, I was terrified. He goes, I did my most formal bow, my knees shaking as my forehead almost touched it. At that moment, I knew I must do one of two things. I knew I must either stand up or vomit. He said, so he stood up, and it was met with a thunderous roar, a standing ovation that lasted 8 minutes. That record's only been equaled a few times at the Paris Opera. So, of course, he would stay. After that, he got his first major contract with Harper's Bazaar. He would do over 200 covers. And the famous saying is, what would have become of Harper's Bazaar without Erte? Now, he became quite famous. He would actually design the costumes for Mata Hari. Mata Hari, you read about her life. She was an incredible stage performer long before World War II, and then read about what happened to her in World War II. But I think even as important, and this, it just makes me so happy. Did you know he did the costumes design for Josephine Baker? And she was given the Medal of Honor, the La Croix de Guerre, the Medal of Honor by Charles de Gaulle. She did underground work at the risk of her own life for the French underground. She saved thousands of soldiers' lives. Read about Josephine Baker, one of my heroes. He would go on to do covers for the Illustrated London News, Cosmopolitan magazine, Ladies' Home Journal, Vogue magazine. And I think today when we look back, I think he's most famous for these elegant fashion designs that really capture Art Deco. His name is synonymous with Art Deco. I think these delicate figures, these wonderful lines, they're sophisticated, they're glamorous, they're instantly recognizable. And even today, I would say that his ideas, his art, still has an influence on art well into today, into the 21st century. And he worked throughout his life. He designed revues, ballets, operas, and you know something? When Art Deco kind of faded away as an art movement, replaced by more modern art. But what's wonderful about him that in 1960, Art Deco had a true revival. And now today he's in the Victoria and Albert Museum, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the LA County Museum of Art. By the way, they just had a big show for Erte at the Museum of Art in Tokyo. What a wonderful artist.
computer, same size, same color, same everything, and it may be, I think it's the same model. If you can't read it, I'll enlarge it. These are auction results. Let's go to the very first one on the left. Click on that. 10 inches by 14 inches. Same color, same format. It sold, including buyer's premium, for $60,000. It is a gouache on paper, 10 by 14 inches, $60,000. And I've got a $600 bid. That's a tenth of a penny on the dollar. Not a penny on the dollar, not 10 cents on the dollar. That's it. Go to the certificate. Is it real? The accordion woman, Erte, also known as Romain de Tirtov. I met him in 1988 at the New York City Art Expo. I would say after 40 years in the art business, the single greatest honor I ever had was shaking his hand at the Jacob Javits Convention Center, the big convention hall next to the Intrepid, the aircraft carrier, West 53rd Street, Manhattan. That's another story. Original gouache. What is gouache? It is a non-transparent watercolor, very thick watercolor. And that was his choice. That was predominantly what he painted in. On a thick wove paper, signed by the artist lower right, unique work, extremely rare. Go back to my computer. How much? Gouache on paper, 10 by 14 inches. It's the companion piece. It's got to be from the same ballet. Let's go back to the art. Eight by 12, but the paper is actually bigger. They're all the same size. Signed with pen and ink, not pencil. That makes it more valuable. What I like about it, now there's something interesting here, and people have commented on it, and they don't know what it is. If we could zoom in right here, what is that? Now, in Japanese theater, you would have theater for the common working man where they served beer and sake, and it's vaudeville. I don't know if you know this, but in the 30s, when there was no movies, you'd go to the theater and you'd drink beer and wine and you'd yell at the actors, and it was slapstick and pretty girls, and that's called kabuki theater. Kabuki means to lean forward. Kabuki means it is, now, if you want to go to the high-class theater, you want to go see the upper crust, it's called No, N-O-H. Not no, it's No. No theater, go to my computer. It's a beautiful woman. See her? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to change the screen. I need a helper. I need help on many levels. Go back to the art. I got to change my computer. Go to my computer, upper left. These are hand-carved wooden masks. There she is in the upper left. A perfectly beautiful woman. Here's the thing. They would shave their eyebrows and put smudges up on top because a big forehead was something good. I forget what it was. But we go right down here. Oops. I quote, a no mask is a sculpted face used in traditional Japanese no theater. A wide range of emotion. And we'll go to Wikipedia. And that would be the typical set design that they would use. This is great. This is all very traditional. There, on the left is a beautiful woman. On the right is a jealous woman. That's how they look, guys. Oh, you know that. Surprise, dismay. Oh, that's bad guy. I think you get the idea. But the one Erte has chosen to use is the beautiful woman. Let's go back to the art. Yeah. Okay, go to my computer. If that isn't the companion piece, I don't know what is. If that's it was from the same pot of paint. And how much did it sell for? $60,140. Sotheby's 2 years ago. If that's not spot on, I don't know what is. $60,000. I think you have a margin. And you know something? It's always been my dream to own an Erte original. Yeah, 6,000 would be 10 cents on the dollar. If you ever find one for 10,000, buy it. And Erte is just one of those timeless, just a timeless artist, because it doesn't matter the decor, it doesn't matter the era, it doesn't matter anything. Okay, let me give you an idea. Do you see this Erte? It's on eBay right now. Right now. That's a print. I'm half the price of a print. That's a print. That's a print. That's not a painting. That's a print. Let's go back to the art. I am half the... Guys, bid on this. Go to my computer. This is a silk screen print. Silk screen. Serigraph. I am literally a third the price of a print. I am 1/3, not half, 1/3 the price of a print. It's on eBay right now, right now. Is it an original painting? A serigraph means a silk screened print. Nothing wrong with that. That's traditional for Erte. Let's go back to the art. If anybody ever wondered whether or not I add a bid or throw in a bid for you, I think we just ended that right here, right now. Guys, I'm offering you the original. I am offering you the original painting. It hasn't been seen since World War II. It's extremely valuable. Ay. I've got 16 now, it's going to be at 17. I've got 16 now, it's going to be at 17. Way under the money, way under the money, way under the money now. Hammers up and them all done, all in, all fair, all square. This is truly insanity. This is insanity. Less than 10 cents on the dollar now. If you want a home run, and I am serious. All right, I guess we're going to do it. Once again, setting another record low. I'd never thought, never. When I was working on the cruise ship, and that was 28 years ago, I would open the bidding to the floor at $6,000. We had a reserve, $6,000. Go to my computer. See that? Beautiful. Beautiful. Screen print. It's a print. How much? $7,500. It's a print. That's a fair price. Reputable gallery, one of the most famous in the world. Let's go back to the art. If you want a home run, holy mackerel. And one of my favorites is called Giulietta, from Romeo and Juliet. Romeo and Juliet. Go to my computer. Giulietta. It's a print. This is a print. Giulietta. 1993. $7,500. Go back to the certificate. I am offering you an original painting. Original painting, a unique work. It hasn't been seen literally on the market for 80 years. Now, when I know we have a lot of new viewers that have never seen the show before, And I do like to be welcoming and kind to everybody, and I don't want to speak. I don't know what's going on. You ever go at an auction or somewhere? I don't know what's going on. I feel out of place. Go to my computer. There was an attorney from northwest France, an area called Brittany. The locals call it Breton. Orban Huchet, the gentleman on the right, was an attorney. And at the end of World War II, he walked away from his practice. He gave it up. I'm assuming he won a big case. He had 3 yachts. He collected Mercedes. He had properties. He had let me put it this way, and he was talking casually. He was not trying to impress me. He said, I remember we had a party on my patio at my a penthouse in Paris overlooking the Eiffel Tower. We had 135 people on the terrace for champagne. Okay, how much did that cost? The point that I'm trying to make is that in the year 2005, he approached Tony, not me, and he said, I have 35,000 works of art for sale I bought after World War II. And we sold them all. And then we thought the show was done. And he said, there's another warehouse. And about 10 years ago, he died, and his wife came to us and said, there's another warehouse. A total of 85,000 works of art. That's why we have so much French and European art. British art, Italian art, European art. It's not a question of personal taste. I love Hawaiian art. I love the art of the Inuit. I love the art of Australia. It's a question of not personal taste, it's geography. Where was Orban Huchet? He was in Paris at the end of World War II. What was he buying? The art that was there. Let's go back to the art. This has not been, look how fresh it is. It looks brand new. You will never see this for $15,000. Going once, going twice. Look at the condition. Now, one more close-up on the no mask. I'll just say no from now on. I don't speak Japanese. Konbawa. Kirei desu ne. All right, here we go. Kirei desu ne means it's beautiful, isn't it? I've got 22 going once. That is the buy of a lifetime.
Going once, going twice. Any further advance? Sold. Born April 6, 1483, he passed away April 6, 1520. He had a very short life. He only lived to be 37. But what an impact he left on the history of all humanity and history of art. Raffaello Sanzio from the town of Urbino. And that's why we see it, the V in Latin is U, Urbino, Raffaello from Urbino. He was summoned by the Pope. He was not only a great Italian painter, he was a great architect of the High Renaissance. And I will say this as well every time. I loved it. I did not write this. His work is admired for its clarity of form, the ease of composition, and the visual achievement of the Neoplatonic ideal of human grandeur. Let me repeat that. I think that is so noble. His work is admired for its clarity of form, the ease of composition, and the visual achievement of the Neoplatonic ideal of human grandeur. We all know that together with Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, he truly forms the traditional trinity of the great masters of that period. He was enormously productive. He ran a huge workshop of over 50 employees. And despite his early death at 37, he gave the world a large body of art. Well, why? How could he do it? His father was the court painter to the ruler of a very small but very cultured city of Urbino. But his father died when Raphael was 11. And I think that played a role and it shaped his life because at that time in the 1500s, he became the master of that studio. And his father had 50 employees. Now, his father had a brother, his uncle helped him run it, and his mother took care of the books. Mom's going to run the money and helped him with that. But he took it, an 11-year-old boy would take it very seriously. The death of your father at 11 is highly profound. And he was good. He was actually, there was a living master by the name of Perugino. He was listed in the guild as a fully trained master in the guild, and that's very serious, in the year 1500. That would make him 17. And he began working in and around several cities in North Italy. He, let everybody else work. But in 1508, he was given an invitation by the Pope himself to work in the Vatican Palace.
So where is it? Go to my computer. It's at the Royal Academy of Arts in London. It's so funny. Rick Steves' travel show did a tour of London, and they went into a pub, and he said, this is the best Dover sole, and they brought out this fish plate with chips, French fries, and they brought him a pint of Guinness, and I went, someday I want to do that. Well, there it is. It's right by the Royal Academy of Art. I want to go to London now. Its purpose is to promote the creation, enjoyment, and appreciation of fine arts through exhibitions, education, and debate. And I want to go. I just want to go. But anyhow, I digress, and there it is at the Royal Academy. Folks, I have this engraving. I believe I have the only example for sale in the world. I've researched and looked, and I think I found it. I'm not sure, but I think I found it. If we go to what are called the Raphael Rooms, which is at the Vatican Palace, and I quote, there are 4 Raphael rooms. They're the suite of rooms, 4 of them, in the Apostolic Palace, right there on the top floor on the right. You may have seen that image on TV. Oh, they want to see the there. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Swiss Guards are like Navy SEALs, Green Berets, U.S. Army Rangers. They are MMA fighters. Do not mess with these guys. If you see these guys at the Vatican, don't touch them. They are armed. There are hidden panels with light and heavy machine guns. They have Sig Sauer 9mm pistols, either in their waistband, backband, or in their boots. There are rocket launchers on property. Do not mess with these guys. They don't kid around. They're called the Swiss Army Guard. Okay, I'm sorry, I do get excited. But that's what I wanted to show you. There. If you look closely, you can see the Sistine Chapel. Let's go back to the art, because I get carried away, and I'm a silly goose. I like this quote. The 4 rooms are famous for their frescoes painted by Raphael, together with Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel ceiling frescoes. They're the grand frescoes that mark the High Renaissance as Rome. Pope Julius II commissioned Raphael, at that time a relatively young artist from Urbino, and his studio, his helpers, in the year 1508, to redecorate the existing rooms. They're on the 2nd floor, overlooking the south side of the Belvedere courtyard. Now, when we go there, I want to go. I want to go. Oh boy, London or Rome? I don't know. Let's go to my computer. I've studied these the best I can, and after looking and looking and looking, I know you're looking at my computer on your TV at home, but you can go to Wikipedia, Raphael Rooms, you can remember it. It is my opinion, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I really want to learn. That's my favorite, the School of Athens. And that is the Battle of the Milovan Bridge, where Constantine sees a silver cross emitting smoke flying through the heavens. See the dragon to the right of it? Dude, it was a UFO. Blasphemy, Raven! Hush. I believe our angel is right there. Top row, second from the left. If you study the image very carefully, and I know you can't see it at home, this image is, go down the center, go 12 o'clock high, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and we see the Eucharist. In that image, on the right at about 3 o'clock, is Dante Alighieri. Could you imagine? How do you think of painting something like that? Okay, top row, far left, there are 5 angels in the top cloud. Angel number 2 from the left. Can I enlarge it? I don't know. There she is. There she is. Almost. One more. There she is on the right. On the right. Do you see what I mean? Now, if I'm wrong, let me know. I want to learn. Let me see if I can go one more. I'll try to go one more. Wait, almost done. There. What do you think? Is that her? Is that her? You let me know. Let's go back to the $150. Oh my gosh. I'm looking for $9,000 to $12,000. You just gotta love this show. Oh my goodness. You really do. You really gotta love this show. Oh boy. Some of the greatest treasures coming out of post-war Europe. I'm shocked. I was shocked at that bit when I looked up from my computer. Let's go to the certificate. The head of an angel. The engraving is printed in gray on a thick wove paper from the design of Raphael, printed in 1750. It is extremely rare. I only know of one other example in the world. It's at the Royal Academy in London. Would I go to London to see this? Yes, I would. But see, I'm nuts. I plan every vacation around a museum. I always do. I don't want to go travel. I don't want to go anywhere unless we go to a museum. Condition of the document. And how do we know it's an angel? The halo, right there. See the halo? And I think it's in the Raphael rooms, the Stanza della Signatura. I think it's one of the greatest paintings in the history of humanity. Those fresco sequences are equal to the Sistine Chapel ceiling sequences of frescoes. And that's not my opinion. That is general consensus. 225. I'm below the price of the frame. No, it was never printed during his lifetime, and no, Raphael was not an engraver. He was a painter, he was a sculptor, not an engraver. Treasure after treasure after treasure on this show. How wonderful. Go to my computer. This is the only known example I can find outside of the show. It's at the Royal Academy of Arts. Royal Academy of Arts. And you can click on that, type it in, go to their website, Royal Academy of Arts. Oh, I want to read that. Oh, it's a video. Let me see if I can pop it up real quick. Oh, I already did. Durr. Let's go back to the art. And go to my computer. I believe it is in one of the greatest paintings in the history of all humanity. The third angel from the left. It's got to be her. It's my opinion. But I can't find anything similar in any other Raphael work because of the angle of the head. Oh, they want to see, okay. On the far right, right on the edge, is Dante Alighieri. It's a phenomenal read. All right, let's go back to the art. You know, I'm going to say it, I'm just going to keep saying it. We are lucky to have this show. I feel that we are of service to humanity. I used to say service to America, but we have so many Canadian clients. We have clients in the Caribbean. We have over 2,200 collectors in Australia, mate. Good eye, mate. We have collectors in the Ukraine. I know we have many collectors in Paris. And it's just, we have so many art dealers. art dealers that collect from this show. And I said, good on you, mate. Oh, I'm sorry. The name of the painting I showed you is The Disputation of the Sacrament. It was painted, it took a year to paint, 1509 to 1510. It was the first one he painted in the Stanza di Raffaello in the Apostolic Palace of the Vatican. In this painting, Raphael has created a scene that spans both heaven and earth. Christ is surrounded in the center, flanked by the Blessed Virgin Mary, John the Baptist. There's Peter, far left, holding the keys. I'll show you. Adam, far left, bare chest. John the Evangelist, King David. I can print all this out for you. St. Lawrence, Moses, holding the Ten Commandments, James the Elder, Abraham, Paul. On the altar sits a monstrance. The fringe of the altar reads, Julius II, Pont, Max. There are the original 4 doctors of the church, Pope Gregory I, Jerome, Augustine, and Ambrose. On the right is Pope Sixtus IV, Savonarola, and Dante Alighieri. And there's much more to the story. Guys, this is a great treasure. No, oh my God, they're $350. Go to Rome and try to buy this. You're not going to find one for $5,000. You're not going to find one. Go to my computer. There's only one example I can find, and I'm a nut for this stuff. You know me. I dig and I dig and I dig. It's the Royal Academy in London. It's the only one I can find. The Royal Academy. That's the only one I can find. I can't find one that's ever been for sale. I don't know of any that are for sale. $350. I'll buy it. I'll take it. I will take it. This show, there's nothing like it. If you owned this, a 1750 first edition, Raphael, from the Disputation at the Vatican Palace, would you sell it for $350 in a $350 frame? Would you? I wouldn't. It is an auction. I must obey the rules of the auction. Going once, going twice. All in, all done. $50 bid, $25 bid could win it. I'm a nut. I just feel nuts. Go to my computer. The Disputation of the Holy Sacrament. And please, and if I'm wrong, please let me know. As far as I can, I've looked at a lot. I think there she is. And in the center, the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. On the far right is Dante Alighieri, who wrote the Divine Comedy. You can read all about it, but I'll bet you a hamburger. That's her. Look at the angle of the chin. I could be wrong, but I've looked and I've looked and I looked. All right, there's only one I can find. It's at the Royal Academy of Arts in London. I don't think we're going to find another one. Hey, Royal Academy, I'll give you $500 for it. Oh, if you frame it, sure. Ay, Lucy. Let's go back to the art. I've got 5 now, get a bit of half. I've got 5 now, going once, gonna pay you to buy it. I've got 5 now, going twice, a little bit under bid. All in, all done, all fair, all square, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? Last call.
Going once, going twice. Sold.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! California!
Sold it under the
Sold.
sold at $41,000.
Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time
All in and I.
for cash.
Andy Warhol is America's greatest artist. He's not the most highest priced. No. He is on the list of most expensive works of art. He is in the $100 million club. And his paintings aren't always considered the prettiest. But what makes Andy Warhol America's greatest artist? He is the founder of a visual art movement known as pop art. It means the populace. Not popular, populace. Have you ever heard the phrase, the voice of the people is the voice of God? Vox populus, vox deus. His works explore the relationships between artistic expression, advertising, and celebrity culture. It all had flourished by the 60s, but no one saw it. He saw it and put it in a museum. His Campbell soup cans are legendary. Andy Warhol started his career as a successful commercial illustrator, and this early work formed his interest in manipulating popular images. He was fascinated with fame and enchanted by Marilyn Monroe. Shortly after her death, he set out to pay tribute to her with his Marilyn edition prints. The Campbell soup cans and the flowers followed shortly after. The 60s were groundbreaking years in his career. It was a time when he developed his signature style, and today, the works from this period are considered his most important and are highly sought after. They are hand-pulled screen prints on heavy paper. You can call it museum board, that's fine. The inks bleed to the edge with no borders. They're editions of 250. The importance of these iconic impressions to the pop art movement cannot be overstated. Original Sunday Bee Morning editions from the 70s are noted and recognized in Andy Warhol Prints Catalog Raisonné. And once again, we are offering a lifetime Andy Warhol. Vintage posters are on the internet, $5,000, $7,000. I can do this. There is no white edge on the paper. There's no white edge. In printer's jargon, that's called a full bleed. It's going to be 36 by 36, and the paper is delicately mounted. You do want it precision, very expensive, about a $2,000 frame on that, and I'm not kidding. I want you to check. On the frame itself, that is going to be 41 by 41. That's a 4-footer. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Susan. That's very nice of you. 4 feet by 4 feet. And I'm laughing. Okay, I'll do it. I'm laughing because Cheryl Green said, Raise, your suits are starting to look a little tight. Well, I'm getting old and fat. Anybody know a sponsor? Maybe Men's Warehouse would want. Let's go to, on the bottom right, thanks, Cheryl. Bottom right. Why? When I said the frame was $2,000, there's a custom window cut in the frame. And it says, fill in your own signature. Why? Andy Warhol had a very dry wit. You could call him taciturn, if you would. He would say, well, your signature is just as valuable as mine. You sign it. And sometimes people would take these in cabs in Manhattan and go to a live appearance of Andy Warhol and ask them to sign it. And he would always say the same thing. You have to sign it first. So if you ever see one that's double signed, Joe Smith, Tony, whatever, and then Andy's signature, they're going to be about $100 grand. Yeah. Let's go to the bottom right.
And then the publisher here, that's done with a blue stamp, like a big, rubber stamp, boom, like that. Published by Sunday Bee Morning. Now, that was a publishing firm in Switzerland. And there were 3 main projects that began this. I've tried to go to a vegetarian diet. The flowers, the soup cans, and the Marilyn Monroe are the 3 most earliest and valuable. Let's go to the certificate. The flowers are referenced in the Andy Warhol Museum catalog raisonné. Now, because there are 10 in the series, it takes up 9 pages. It is a silkscreen print, serigraph, you can call it a serigraph, in color on museum board. Where's the original Museum of Modern Art? What is museum board? Is that like plywood? Is it wood? No, it's a very, very thick paper. Do not roll it. It'll crack. And you can never fix it. Do not roll these. Stamped with published by Sunday Bee Morning and fill in your own signature on the back from the Sunday Bee Morning edition published in Switzerland. And I don't want to be the guy that says, oh, these are the fancy ones printed in Switzerland. No, it's a workaday world. During World War II, Picasso had editions published in Switzerland. Salvador Dali had editions published in Spain, Italy, and the United States. Picasso had editions published in the United States, Spain, Switzerland. They all did. It's a workaday world. Go to my computer. So what is it? What does all that mean? What is Sunday Bee Morning? What is the connection to Andy Warhol art? And your image is in the upper left. Upper left. Yeah. Wait. Yes, upper left, because the colors are different on the computer. In any event, Andy Warhol started his career as a successful commercial illustrator. And this early work formed his interest in manipulating popular images. He was fascinated with fame and enchanted by Marilyn Monroe. Shortly after her death, he set out to pay tribute with the Marilyn edition prints. The Campbell soup cans and the flowers followed shortly after. The 60s were groundbreaking years in Warhol's career. It was a time when he developed his signature style. And today, the works from this period are considered the most important and are highly sought after. 2 words. Why are they so historically important? Because the flowers, the soup cans, and the Marilyn Monroe images changed the history of not American art, global art. That is why they're important. It changed the way that we looked at art. We look at art forever. There are maybe 5 watershed paintings in the history of the last 300 years. Number 1, Edouard Manet's Luncheon on the Grass. It changed everything. About 50 years later, Claude Monet, Impression Sunrise. About 50 years later, Pablo Picasso, Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. Changed everything. And the change was permanent. It was a paradigm shift. And finally, Andy Warhol, the Campbell soup cans, the flowers, and the Marilyn Monroe. I'll talk about that. Why did they change? Now, the flower prints, the 36 by 36, they are hand-pulled screen prints on a heavy paper. You can call it museum board. That is correct. The inks bleed to the edge. There's no border. There's no white border. They're editions of 250. The importance of one of these iconic impressions to the pop art movement cannot be overstated. $150, it's a $2,000 frame, and I want you to check. I want you to check. On the back, it says fill in your own signature. Why? Because right here, we just mass produced these prints, 250. Sign your name here. Any name will do. Your name is just as important as my own. You know, he had such a dry delivery on humor. A lot of time, people that knew him didn't know when to laugh, but then looking back, they go, "Oh, that was hilarious." He had great wit is a mark of great intelligence. In any event, right here, original Sunday Bee Morning editions from the 70s are noted and recognized. I'm offering you a lifetime Andy Warhol from the 70s. Let's go back to the art. I've got 150 going once. I've got 150 going twice. All in, all done. Sure you don't want to bid $50. They wholesale at $5,500 unframed. If you can find one. What an incredible, 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 incredible time to be alive. Are you sure? Going once, going twice. I'm shocked. I am one-fourth the price of the frame. Okay, go to my computer. This is a poster they used to put on the side of the street. Now, do you see the creases in the paper? Do you see how the paper is creased? That's a poster. Do you see how the paper is creased? The paper is heavily creased. It's a poster that well, let me see if I can let me show the creases. See how it's creased? That's a poster. $4,500. Oh, it was a mailer. I'm sorry. They mailed these out. That's $4,000. I'm offering you a real one. Go back to the certificate. What does it say? Screen print on color on museum board. You're lucky, 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 lucky. You're lucky. Oh, we were talking about the ones that are pencil signed? Okay. I found one, and I'm pretty sure this is a good price. Go to my computer, same catalog reference, but he signed it. It's $155,000. $155, but he signed it. See, that's the one. He signed the back. Signed with a black ballpoint pen and the stamp number on the back. That's $155,000. So I quoted $100,000. I was wrong. Same catalog number, same catalog number, same catalog number. But it is hand-signed and a black ballpoint pen. All right, let's go back to the art. Holy mackerel. This is a great time to be alive. In the sense, if you're an art collector. And I want you to remember it. I want you to remember it. Go to my computer. I want to learn more about this. Now, I don't know everything about this one. 98,300. 98,300. But that's an offset lithograph. That's a poster. That's a poster. 300, not 250. Leo Castelli. That's $98,000. I want to learn more. Let's go back to the art. I don't know enough to I just don't know. I'm dumb. But I want to learn. I can't even get half the price of the frame anymore. I can't get half the price of the frame anymore. Hey, I'm going to pitch a fit. Go to my computer. The Carnegie Museum had an art show. They did a poster, It's $2,000. 1980. The Carnegie Museum did a poster, a reprint of 1973. I'm offering you the 73 first edition. That's a reprint for the Carnegie Museum. I'm losing my mind. You're so lucky. You really are lucky. I'm half the price of the frame. I'm half the price of the frame. I'm offering you a real one. Go back to the art. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. Hammers up and I'm all done, all in, all fair, all square, in 5. Now, Raymond, you hush. Okay, I am going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. Okay, go to my computer. That's a poster. $9,400. That's a poster. It's a poster. It's a poster. It's a poster. It's a poster. Vintage, good. It's a good, really good one. It's good. Look at Warhol. Look at Warhol. It's a poster. It's a poster. $9,400. I'm offering you a real one. Pop art exhibition poster. Nothing wrong with that. It's from 1964, vintage. It's a poster. Nothing wrong with collecting vintage posters. I'm offering you a real one. A real Andy Warhol, lifetime real one. Real. Not a poster. Exhibition poster. A little bit of a difference in the bid. I'm a fussy old goose tonight.
And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money.
Yeah, we are 2 lots away from a real Banksy. Wow. Oh, I did do a little bit of, I was researching, and hold on. Go to my computer. We have a work of art coming up. Go to my computer. Just bear with me. Bear with me. It's fun. This is Archive. You know, Archive. Archive. Okay. Listen, this is what I'm used to. Go back to the art. A dreamlike composition depicting a reclining figure. The figure is basked in a warm palette of yellow and reds, suggesting a surreal and serene landscape. Surrounding the central figure, ethereal elements like abstract shapes and fantastical creatures add to the whimsical nature of the composition. The bold use of color and fluid expressive lines add a symbolic richness, inviting the viewer to delve into a world of imagination and interpret deeper meanings woven through the symbolic use of form and color. Okay, that's what I'm used to being an art dealer. I'm used to that. That's why I like ArtNet. That's why I like ArtNet. Just give me the straight deal. Save us both a month of time. Go to my computer, top screen, ArtNet. Watch what they say. ArtNet. Jean-Claude Navarro was a French artist. Boom. Considered one of the greatest glassmakers of the 20th century. We're done. That's all I needed. You don't need to give me a... Wasn't that fun though? The ethereal lines of fusions of colors, la 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 la. Considered one of the greatest. This puts him on a level of Dale Chihuly. Go back to the glass, and I will quote. Navarro's lamps, bottles, and vases utilize Art Deco-inspired shape to create a swirling, colorful form. He pioneered techniques, which includes layering and adding unique materials directly into molten glass, such as a metal oxide, precious stones, luminescent powders that glow in the dark. In recognition, go back to my computer, in recognition of his ambition with his medium, Navarro is in the Guinness Book of World Records. Yes, that adds to the value. Yes, that really adds to the value. As the creator of the largest hand-blown glass ever created. Born in Antibes, France, that is on the French Riviera, where Picasso used to live after the war. He studied glassmaking at the age of 14. He passed away in Monaco at the age of 72. We are getting these directly from the family. This is from his personal collection. It has never been offered in an art gallery. It has never been up for auction. It has never been for sale anywhere else in the world. And we can thank, once again, our dear friend, Orban Huchette. He lives on. His kindness, his grace, his generosity, his savoir-faire. I think if I ever had to retire in a foreign country, it would have to be France. I love everything about France. It's just, I hope someday you can go. Approximately 9 inches.
Someone to be able to afford to retire is like Ecuador.
Yeah. The jungle of Bolivia, high country. Which isn't bad in the winter. But look how, oh my gosh, this thing's heavier than a cannonball, not bowling ball. Now, the work of art is signed, and it's very complex. We see on the bottom, let me do this properly. We see right there in block letters, J.C. Jean-Claude Navarro. And then we see the year. Now I'm going to adjust it. And right on the edge, right here, we see in script writing, Jean-Claude Navarro. He had an electric motor with a flexible shaft and a diamond-tipped, not drill, it was a bit. And he would engrave his name. It was like a Dremel, kind of like a Dremel. Look how thick the glass is on this. This is bizarre. It's a work of art. Now, these are, look at the thickness of the rim. That belongs in the Corning Glass Museum in Pittsburgh. Nope, it belongs in my living room. That is a masterpiece. I mean, look at these. Those have got to be metal oxides because they look alive. And if you can catch the angle right here, right in there, do you see how thick that is? It's better in real life. It's like floating. And then this inner color of green. And then these dots, they're almost like peacock wings, or I don't know what they are. That's got to be an opal. Can we come in on that? That's an opal. I don't know what that is. It's floating. I mean, it's like a moonscape. There's another one. They're beyond beautiful. They are absolutely, and this really is the big league. This is world class. And my gut on this, and I don't like talking in terms like this, but I just know they're going to go up in value. I think you should buy art because you love it, you can afford it, and you know you're getting quality. But something like this, I watched the career of Dale Chihuly, and I used to work at an art gallery where they carried them. And now Dale Chihuly's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars range, not in tens. Go to my computer. Here's a similar, not exact, similar, very thick, very beautiful, And I've got a $600 bid. Ours was made in 1990. This one was made circa 2001. It's beautiful in every way. Nothing wrong with that. Beautiful. Due to custom policies, you have to pay import fees. I don't know how much. I don't know how much. It's on eBay. Is it correct? Yes. The signature is there. That's a fair price. Nothing wrong with that. It's a perfume. Holds about an ounce, maybe 2 ounces. Little flacon. Little haute couture soufflé. Flacon. A little vial. A little jug. Flagon. Is that? Got to join the circle. Oh boy, lots of pop-ups. Everything is pop-ups these days, but I used to get mad and I just don't care anymore. I'm not 10 cents on the dollar. Guys, these are valuable. Let's go back to the art. It's more beautiful in person, and I'll try to share some light on this with you. And I just cannot emphasize how thick and heavy this is. Wow. Is that amazing? It's so beautiful in person. It is a work of art. This transcends glass blowing. We had a client that went to Venice, Italy, and you take a little tour out to Murano for the glassworks, and I wasn't there, and she said, "There's nothing on the island that looks like a Jean-Claude Navarro. These are, gosh, that's heavy." That is a museum piece. I love the green. That is truly a museum piece. All right, let's give it a final clock. I think we're about to set a record low. If I owned it, I wouldn't sell it for $5,000. If you own an art gallery, I don't know of a wholesaler you're going to get them, but come right in here. I think, what is this floating planet? Kind of hard to see. There's one there, and then we come down. That looks like opal to me. I don't know, but that looks like a floating piece of opal. I have to get a real magnifying glass, and then there's another one here. Can I see it? I can't even see it on the inside. That is just beautiful. That is world class. I can easily see this at any gallery at $9,000. All right, here we go. Less than 10 cents on the dollar. And yes, it does matter that it's flawless. I mean, it's just flawless. And it does matter that he's in the Guinness Book of World Records. I mean, this really matters. And I think I saw something. Give me just a moment. If my memory of all the things I've lost, I miss my memory the most. Let me see if I can do this very quickly. Go to my computer. Go back to the art because that's a gallery in Paris, and I don't think you're going to see anything in there for $2,000. My goodness. If you want a home run, and I'm happy for you. I know I pitch a fit from time to time, but my goodness. Found it. Go to my computer, found the interview.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Jean-Claude Novaro. Je suis artiste verrier. Je fais ce travail depuis l'âge de 14 ans. J'habite en France, sur la Côte d'Azur. Je vis en France, dans un petit village qui s'appelle Viotte, près d'Antibes, qui est une très très belle ville. Je suis né à Viotte et j'ai beaucoup d'amis à Viotte. Ma vie, c'est ma famille, mes amis, mon travail et les animaux. J'adore les animaux. Yeah, good, way. Je fais du verre depuis 48 ans, avec passion et avec amour. J'ai découvert ce métier, j'étais tout petit, le verre, et c'était tellement magique que j'avais fait ma vie, c'est mon plaisir. J'ai toujours autant de plaisir aujourd'hui qu'il y a 48 ans. J'en vis et je suis très content de faire ce métier.
Let's go back to the art. Guys, you're not buying art, you're buying art history. This is a great, truly great opportunity for any art collector. Let's go to the certificate, and I'll spin it one more time. Blown clear glass vase with yellow and green emulsions, signed and dated by the artist on the base. It is unique in the world. From his personal collection, executed in 1990, it is extremely scarce. It has never been offered in a gallery. I could see this at a gallery at 9,000. Wow. It is phenomenal. It is world class. Now, there might be one or two people that have blown glass. Can you imagine the lung power to do a glass that thick? Look at that lip. You'd have to have some mighty lung power to inflate that bubble. Hey. All right, here we go. And if there ever was a grand slam home run out of the park, right here, right now, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I've got 12 now going once, I've got 12 now going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square in. Oh, that's beautiful. And I wish I could show you the inside better, but it doesn't show well on camera. 13. Thank you for the bid. I've got 13 now, is going to bid a 14. I've got 13 now going once, I've got 13 now going twice. All in, all done. Beautiful, just beautiful. Thank you for the bid. And I wish I could show, right in here, there's like, it's almost like you can see the double wall. Can we zoom in right there? Maybe I can, there, like right there. Do you see that? Like, it shows the thickness of the glass. This little passage right in here. I don't know. That's better in person. It kind of, you'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. Because you can get an idea of the thickness. Yeah, because look at that. I mean, that's heavy. 17. And do put flowers in it. Someone said, oh, can I put, yes, put flowers in it every day. Well, if you can. It's an expensive hobby. Ah, it's beautiful. That is real art. Yeah, that's a work of art. That is a work of art. Hammers up and I'm all done, all in, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. What a home run. Bravo.
Pablo Picasso was one of the greatest and most influential artists of the 20th century, as well as the co-creator of Cubism. Born in Malaga, Spain in 1881, Picasso was a painter, sculptor, printmaker, ceramic artist, stage designer, and was considered radical in his work.
Pablo Picasso, the name is just so huge. It's just a global name. When he first arrived in Paris in 1899, did he even think that he would dominate the entire history of art, the world of art, for the next 100 years?
In 1904, Pablo Picasso moved to Paris, the cultural center of European art, to open his own studio. Art critics and historians typically break Picasso's adult career into two distinct periods, his Blue Period and his Rose Period. By 1905, Picasso had largely overcome the depression that had previously debilitated him. His most famous paintings from these years include The Family of Saltimbanque, Gertrude Stein, and Two Nudes. In 1907, Picasso produced a painting unlike anything he or anyone else had ever painted before. It is Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, a chilling depiction of 5 nude prostitutes abstracted and distorted with sharp geometric figures and features. The outbreak of World War I ushered in the next great change in Picasso's art. Guernica, Picasso's most well-known surrealist painting, deemed one of the greatest paintings of all time, emerged from Picasso's outrage at the bombing and the inhumanity of war. Guernica remains one of the most moving and powerful anti-war paintings in history.
His life was huge. I mean, it was just absolutely huge. There's no way to cover him in 10 minutes or even an hour. I mean, what he was able to accomplish was extraordinary.
Inarguably one of the most celebrated and influential painters of the 20th century, Picasso continues to garner reverence for his technical mastery, his visionary creativity, and his profound empathy.
Like Salvador Dali, Pablo Picasso openly admired the works of art by Diego Velázquez. Both considered Diego Velázquez one of Spain's greatest artists. And one of his great masterpieces was Las Meninas. Not only was it a royal portrait, a portrait of the royal family and the Infanta Margarita, but it was a self-portrait within that portrait. Pablo Picasso did 58 studies of it, and one of the interesting thing, all 58 in the series are in the Picasso Museum in Barcelona. It's the only intact series of its type, or anything like this, that's been held together. Most Picassos have been scattered to the winds around the world. Oops, measuring that backward. That's going to be 19 and a half. So we're going to call it 20 by 17. 20 by 17. There, right there, is the Infanta Margarita. And there, in the doorway, we're going to talk about the gentleman in the doorway in a moment. Let's go to the certificate. Very, very abstract. Las Meninas. The offset lithograph is printed in colors on wove paper after the original. The true first edition. The plate was executed in the studio of the Draeger brothers, very famous, and published in a limited edition by the Art Circle of Paris in 1958. Rare, rare, rare indeed. Rare, rare, rare indeed. You know, when I see works of art like this, it just makes me smile. And I do want to show you the inspiration. Oops. One moment, where'd it go? Go to my computer. Anybody can find this on Wikipedia. Las Meninas. And there's the painting. Oops, sorry. It's in the Prado Museum in Spain. There's the gentleman in the doorway, center. On the far left is Diego Velázquez. There's the Infanta Margarita. That's her when she's older. Everybody is identified. There's the gentleman I just pointed out. That's the mother and father of the children, the royal family, the king and queen. There's Diego Velázquez. Oh, and there is one of Picasso's many interpretations of it. One of the 15. So when you go to Las Meninas at the Prado Museum in Madrid, then we go to Disambiguation, and we go to Picasso, and there it is, a series of 58 paintings by Picasso that he did in 1957. The suite is fully preserved at the Picasso Museum in Barcelona, the only complete series of the artist that remains together. 9 scenes of a dove, 3 landscapes, and a portrait of Jacqueline. Let's go back to the art. Picasso himself said that this series must remain a whole, and so he personally gave them to the Picasso Museum in May of 1968. And why? Because his best friend, Jaime Sabartez, as they say in French, but in Catalonian, let's go to my computer, they say Juan. It's the equivalent of William. In France, for example, they say William, Guillaume. And there's Jaime Sabartez. The plaza in front of the Picasso Museum in Barcelona is now called the Juan Sabartez Plaza. Yeah, there it is, Jaime. Catalonian, Juan. All right, go back to the art. I'm splitting hairs here. I quote Picasso. If you want to copy Las Meninas entirely in good faith, for example, upon reaching a certain point, and if that one was me, I would say, what if you put them a little more to the left or a little more to the right? I'll try to do it my way. Forget about Velázquez. That test would surely bring me to modify or change the light, because in having changed the position of a character, so little by little, that would be a detestable Meninas for a traditional painter, but it would be my Meninas. Go to my computer. All 58 are accounted for. On the far right is the Zervos catalog. All 58 are accounted for, and all 58 are at the Picasso Museum in Barcelona, and I'm offering you the first edition. Now, they've been on tour. The Tate Gallery, London, the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam, the Picasso Museum in London, and there it is, 1959, Gallery Louise Larice, Tate Gallery, London, National Museum of Modern Art in Tokyo. Oh, I want to go there. National Museum of Modern Art in Kyoto, Nagoya City Art Museum. Hey, it's toward Japan. The Grand Palace of Paris. How about that? How about that? Tony, you got to go with us next year. Stedelijk Museum of the Picasso Museum in Barcelona. Oh, now, several works, not the entire suite, that have been part of other exhibitions have been at the Museum of Modern Art, Madrid, Pushkin Museum of Moscow, the Prado Madrid, the Grand Palace of Paris, National Gallery of London. I want to go there. Wow. We could run up the steps like Rocky. Tate Liverpool. All right, let's go back to the art. Oh, $200. $200 for a lifetime first edition.
Guys, I'm going to say it again. You're living in an art collector's paradise. Why do I say that? Because I'm going to do this live. Go to my computer. Whoever got the Andy Warhol, what's his global ranking? What's his global ranking for Andy Warhol? See that right there? Number 4 in the world. Whoever got that Andy Warhol, do the happy dance. Make the dog bark. Okay? Number 4 in the world. You got that for nothing. Okay? I'm going to do a search. Watch what happens when I type in Picasso. What's his ranking? What's his ranking? Come on, computer. What's that say? Oh, uh-huh. And you think that's $250? You think that's $250? Uh-huh. Okay. Let's go back to the art. Go to my computer. That's $250, right? Now his estate, his granddaughter, has 311 items for sale. They are all authenticated by his granddaughter. None of these were printed when he was alive. Are they selling? Yes. Are they selling? Yes. So let's click on it. Let's learn about the woman on the balcony. Row Galleries, one of the finest galleries in the world. They've done something we'll never do. They got the contract with Marina Picasso. This is after his lifetime. He died in 1973. What year was it printed? What year was it printed? What year was it printed? Edition of 500. Oh, okay. Uh-huh. I've got a $250 bid on a lifetime first edition. An example of which is at the museum in Barcelona. Row Galleries, one of the finest ethical galleries in the world. The reputation is secure. They got the contract with Marina Picasso. Bravo. And you know what I love? I love Marina Picasso. You know why? She's a great philanthropist. She saves lives. She built orphanages. She makes clean water and wells. She is a magnificent human being, the granddaughter. The granddaughter. 1979, Picasso passed in 1973, and they're selling. Why? Why? Why are they selling at that price? Go back to the art. It reset. Oh, now we can go back to my computer. Because what is Picasso's world ranking? Number 1 in the world. And you're bidding $275 framed. You're bidding $275 framed on a lifetime Picasso. You're sure? Let's go back to the art. All right, and here we go. Free money. I've got 300 now at the price of the frame. I've got 3 now going once. I got 3 now going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square, and that's how you hit a home run. That's how you hit a home run. I've got 3 1/4 now. It's going to bid half. And if you can, I mean, if you want to, you can, of course. But if you want to, go on Wikipedia and just type in Las Meninas. It is one of Spain's most treasured paintings. And this, of course, is one of the 58 interpretations by Pablo Picasso. Oh, yeah, we can show it again. Okay, that's not a problem. Folks, this is a live show. If you have any questions, call in. Let's go to my computer. They want to see that Wikipedia page again. Type in the title, Las Meninas Picasso. A series of 58 paintings that Picasso painted in 1957, performing a comprehensive analysis, reinterpreting and recreating several times Las Meninas by Diego Velázquez. And there's the original painting, The Ladies in Waiting. And what a wonderful... There she is young, the Infanta Margarita Teresa, and there she is a bit older. Number 8 is Don Jose Nieto Velázquez. He may have been a relative of the artist. I would not be surprised. It is uncertain whether he is coming or going. And go back to the art by Picasso. Look in the center. There we can see Jose Nieto Velázquez in the yellow square at the top, 12 o'clock. And remember, buy and hold. This is a buyer's market. It's not a seller's market. Before the pandemic, there were 572 galleries in Manhattan and the 5 outlying boroughs, Bronx, Brooklyn, the Queens, etc. Now they're down to 70. That is an indicator. It is a time to buy and not sell. Buy and hold, buy and hold, buy and hold. But again, all of that's fine. Buy what you love. Buy what you can afford and buy quality. You'll never go wrong. All right, and here we go. Lifetime first edition Picassos. Lifetime first edition Picassos. A couple $100. And if I ever got a chance to meet Marina Picasso, I would shake her hand. I would love to meet. What a wonderful, generous, kind woman. And as always, look at the year 1958. The war was over in 1945 in Japan, 1944 in Paris, VE Day, victory in Europe, victory in Japan, VJ Day. And so who was there buying art? Orban Huchette. What a great gift. What a great legacy. Thank you. Go to my computer. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be in Wikipedia and have your life description in one word? Are you ready? I'm going to enlarge it. Marina Picasso. What is her occupation? Humanitarian. Wow. Founder of the Marina Picasso Foundation, selling her inheritance to fund children's charities. She founded an orphanage. This is the best.
I'm going to move into an orphanage. Think they'll take me?
Where you're loved.
And that one right there, to a very lucky bidder. Sold it under the money now, way under the money. Ha ha. When Time magazine selected the British artist Banksy, the graffiti master, the painter, the activist, the filmmaker, the all-purpose provocateur, for a list in the world's 100 most influential people of the year 2010, he found himself in the company of Oprah Winfrey, Steve Jobs, Lady Gaga, and a lot more. But he supplied a picture of himself with a paper bag over his head. It had the logo Recycle on it, naturally. But most of his fans, like me, I really don't want to know who he is. And there has been a bit of protest in Great Britain when they try to unmask him. But all of us, I want to follow this incredible success story. It began with outlaw spraying, or as the jargon has it, bombing, graffiti, walls in Bristol, England during the 90s. And now today, his works, prints are hundreds of thousands of dollars. Paintings have gone to $25 million. They're in auction houses from Britain to America, literally around the world. Today, he has graffitied or bombed cities from, Vienna to San Francisco, Barcelona, Paris, even Detroit. And he's moved from graffiti on really gritty urban walls to paint on canvas. He's doing these incredible conceptual sculptures and even film. If you get a chance, watch the documentary. It's on Netflix, Exit Through the Gift Shop. And that was nominated for an Academy Award. Now, Pest Control is a tongue-in-cheek titled organization set up by the artist to authenticate real Banksy artwork. And that also kind of protects him from people that are prying. A lot of reporters want to get that interview. So most of the time he says, I'll hide behind a paper bag, or more commonly an email, but I will control my own narrative. His last face-to-face interview took place in 2003. Now, he may kind of hide behind this concealed identity, but he advocates a direct connection between artist and everyone. He said there's a whole new audience out there. You don't have to go to college and then drag around a portfolio, mail off transparencies and slides to snooty galleries or know someone powerful. Today, all you need now is a few ideas and, an internet connection. He said, this is the first time the essentially bourgeois world of art has belonged to the people, and we need to make it count. Now, he grew up in Barton Hill. That's a district of Bristol in the 80s that was the scary part of town. It was very rough, very dangerous, very working class, run down, unwelcoming to strangers. He even said, he said, I decided to make my first real graffiti there. I came from he called it leafier part of town, a much nicer part of town. He goes, my own dad was badly beaten up there as a kid. So he was trying out names at the time. His earliest works were signed Robin Banks. Get it? Robin Banks? Okay. And soon, because of his friends, that evolved into Banksy. Now, this short nickname, I think, has less of the gangsters robbing banks cachet, but it's a lot more memorable, and it's easier to write on a wall. So around that time, he settled on a very distinctive stencil approach to graffiti. He said, I was 18, and we were painting a train with a bunch of my friends, and the British police showed up, and everybody ran. All of my friends made it to the car. I disappeared. I had to hide over an hour under a dump truck with engine oil leaking all over me, and I lay there listening to the cops on the train tracks, and I realized I had to cut my painting time in half or give it up altogether. And he said, I'm laying on my back under a dump truck. I'm staring straight up at the stenciled plate on the bottom of a fuel tank, and I realize I can just copy that. I can make each letter 3 feet tall. And he told a friend of his, he goes, as soon as I cut my first stencil, I could feel the power there. It was like a political edge. All of my graffiti is really low-level dissent, but stencils have extra history. They have been used to start revolutions, and stop wars.
I'm going to my computer. One of the most prestigious, famous, highly recommended, wonderful, ethical, perfect auction houses in London is the Tate Ward. Now, 5 years ago, almost 2 weeks away, 5 years ago. They had a show poster. Now, this is a poster. It's shot with a camera. There's no silk screen. It's a poster. Do you see the writing in the bottom right? See the writing on the top? It's a poster. They thought it would go 300 to 400 British pounds. It went for $11,000. 8,125. I've done it on the air many. It's $11,000. Stored flat, never been framed. Now, before we go any further, I want to let you know a silk screen of this image. A silk screen by number one is Girl with Balloon. A silk screened image. I'm going to enlarge it. Love is in the air. It is a screen print, silk screen print. 18 by 26, $687,500. That was at Christie's just about 5 years ago. Now, I want you to take this very seriously. And I mean serious as a heart attack. Let's go to the art. On the frame, that is going to be 27 by 34, and this is a fully authenticated silk screen print. Let's go to the certificate. Love is in the Air. The original silk screen print on thick wove paper from the deluxe edition, executed for the Urban Frame Mutiny in Color exhibition, Suffolk, England, 2 years ago. Extremely rare. Why does it say extremely rare? Nowadays, they have a device called a sniper bid. You can load a program on a computer, and for example, when a museum has a sale or if something goes on sale on eBay, you're bidding and buying in milliseconds, not seconds, milliseconds. An edition can sell out in minutes. Folks, we're looking for $10,000 to $11,000, and I'll prove it. This is a real, honest-to-goodness, serigraph, silkscreen print, whatever you want to call it. The record for one, go to my computer, 18 by 26, unframed, $687,000. It is a now it was an artist proof. Let's check some other silk screen prices. Girl with Balloon on the right, $817,000. $580,000, $780,000. There it is on the right. $550,000. $500 screen print in color. Triptych on the right, Love is in the Air. Screen print in color, $454,000. Girl with Balloon, $390,000. Triptych on the right, $361,000. Why? It's a screen print. May I repeat, this is an offset lithograph. It is a poster. It is a poster. I'm going to do it live. I'm going to copy that, convert pounds to dollars. I'm going to enlarge it. £8,125 is 10,000. Oh, it's gone down. 10,642. It was, October it was over 11,000. Then it dropped. It's come back up a little bit. All right, 10,600 for a poster. I am offering you a real silkscreen print. Why should I buy this? Why should I buy a silkscreen print over a poster? I'm looking for $12,000. We're at the price of the frame, and I want you to check. I want you to check. Go back to the art.
By 1999, Banksy was heading to London. He said, I was also beginning to retreat into this new anonymous lifestyle. Evading the authorities was one explanation I always used, but you know, a guy like me is going to have issues with the cops. But I also discovered that being anonymous creates a very valuable buzz. Now, as soon as my street art appeared in cities across Britain, there were these comparisons to Jean-Michel Basquiat and Keith Haring. It was pretty important. So right after that, 2 years later, I had my first London exhibition, and that took place in Rivington Street in 2001. All my friends and our fellow street artists, we convened in a tunnel that was next door to a pub. We hung up some decorations. We hung up signs that we stole off a building site. We painted the walls wearing white overalls. We got the artwork up in 20 minutes. We had an opening party later that week with beer and some hip-hop pumping out of the back of a transit van. And 500 people showed up to this opening that cost us nearly nothing to set up. So later that year, we mounted what we called Turf War. It was a breakthrough exhibition. It was staged in a former warehouse in Hackney, and that show dazzled the London art scene. He said we made it look like a carnival. It was a carnival atmosphere. We had a live cow. Its hide, poor cow, was painted with the portrait of Andy Warhol. On the other side was Queen Elizabeth II, kind of painted in the style of a chimpanzee. And during the next 17 months, always in disguise, Banksy began bringing this new brand of prankster performance art to major museums, including the Louvre. There, he succeeded in installing an image of the Mona Lisa plastered with a smiley face sticker. You can find it on the internet. It's great. But in New York City, he very carefully attached a small portrait of a woman, which he had found and modified to make her wear a gas mask, and he hung it on the wall in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. The museum took it in stride. They thought it was great. I will quote Elise Topalian. She told the New York Times, I think it's fair to say it would take a bit more than a piece of Scotch tape to get a work of art into the Metropolitan. Now, today, Banksy has been a bona fide international star since 2005. In August of that year, he arrived in Israel. He did a series of images on the West Bank, the concrete wall, part of the barrier that was built to try to stop the suicide bombers. And we have there the very famous images of a girl clutching balloons as she was being transported to the top of the wall. There are two stencils of children with buckets and spades dreaming of a beach. And there's a boy with a ladder propped up against the wall. These are really poignant. It's a meditation on peace and, well, really the theme of escape. And 2 months later, he returned to London, and it was called Crude Oils. And that's when he really took his mashups to this new height. Claude Monet's water lilies were reworked to include trash and shopping carts pushed into the pond, floating around the lily pads. And then he did a street hooligan smashing the window in our beloved Edward Hopper's Nighthawks. And then he had a show, and this is my favorite part. He had an art show in London that included 164 live rats. Yep. That's one of his imageries that he uses, and they were skittering around the gallery, and he said they were testing the art critics' mettle. Now, okay, there's an inevitability to Banksy going to L.A. He went there in September of 2006. He said, Hollywood is a town where they honor their heroes by writing their names on the pavement to be walked on by fat people and peed on by dogs. So he said, that sounds like a great place to go to be ambitious. Our opening night, crowds of 30,000, including Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt, I'll quote him. Banksy does all this and he stays anonymous. I think that's great. That was in the LA Times.
Well, I found a lot of posters on the internet. I only found one silk screen print. Go to my computer It's unartsy. No, it's fine. Unsigned, 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 unsigned. No signature. Screen print. 44,000. I think you're underbid. I think you're thousands underbid. Edition of 500. Edition of 500. Unsigned. But it is a true screen print. Now, if you want a poster, that's $11,000. That is a poster for an art show. Beyond the Streets, May 6th, 2018, Los Angeles. That's a poster. Stored flat, never been framed, good condition, unsigned. Poster. Now, if you want a silk screen print, this is on the internet right now. Unsigned, unsigned, not signed, but it's a real screen print. All right, I think you might want to bid on this. All right, let's go back to the art. Unbelievable. What a great time to be an art collector. Oh my, could you imagine this in London? Yeah, we can do that. Oh, I'm very happy to show you. I love the fine print on this. It gives it great value. It's a pedigree, you see. Let's come down to Newmarket. The Urban Frame, Mutiny in color. Let's come straight down below that if we can read it. Might have to zoom it, zoom. 22. The National Horse Racing Museum did not expect that. Hey, Tony, a horse walks into a bar. The bartender says, hey, buddy, why the long face? Let's go to the lower left. Love is in the Air, 2003. Now we're going to go all the way to the bottom right. Let's go back to the certificate. Condition of the document is flawless. 2 words, original silk screen. Not rare, extremely rare. It is my opinion, and please, I love to learn. I think it's the only one for sale in America. His editions sell out immediately. Boom, done, gone. And you have to know a real computer geek to get what's called a sniper device. And what they do is they put a name, address, phone up, like in less than a second. They showed that one guy on TV. He had 16 cell phones. And when a Banksy goes up for sale, he just pop. All right, gosh. Let's go to my computer. Love is in the Air, unsigned, unsigned, unsigned. Screen print. Edition of 500. Huh. Poster. 8,125 British pounds is how much? $10,600. How much? Oh, okay. Huh. Poster. Silk screen. Oh. All right, let's go back to the art. I've got 23 going once. Take up that $900 frame. You're doing all right. Hammers up and them all done, all in, all fair, all square, in 5. Yeah, I don't wanna. Oh yeah, I'm dragging my feet. At least I'm okay. Last of the last. Go to my computer. This is on Wikipedia right now. Why should I buy this? Think toward the future. All right, and here we go. I've got 23. I can feel you kicking the TV. Now stop it. My shins are hurting. My dogs are barking.
All in, all done, all fair, all square. Sold it to the lady in the front row. No, I'm just kidding.
Ladies and gentlemen, with great pride and pleasure, may I present to you a true octavo edition by John James Audubon. He was born in 1875. He passed away in January of 1851. I beg your pardon, 1785. 1785, passed away in 1851. He was a French-American. Born in France, came to America. He was a pioneer. Self-trained, self-taught, and autodidact. One of the world's greatest naturalists and ornithologists. Even today, it's called the Audubon Society, and I am a donator. I just got a letter, and I'm going to make my Christmas donation, but that's another story. His love of art and ornithology turned into a great plan. He was going to make a complete pictorial record of all the bird species of North America. And please donate to the Audubon Society. 6 bird species have gone extinct in my lifetime. And that's why I keep donating. And let's ban duck hunting. We've lost 2 species of duck. And I've talked to duck hunters. Oh, I only take 1. I only take 2. Well, there's 30,000 of you guys. I digress. He spent his life documenting all types of American birds. And he would always love to show the birds in their natural habitat. And it led to a masterpiece, The Birds of America. It is the finest ornithological work ever completed. And during that creation of that book, The Birds of America, he identified 25 new species. And the National Audubon Society is named after him. And by the way, his name, there are towns named after him, neighborhoods named after him, streets all over America. The scientific names for birds that he invented, that he published, are still being used by the scientific community. He was born in Haiti, French descent, French colony, on his father's sugarcane plantation. And his mother died when he was a few months old. A tropical disease since he arrived on the island, and his father was commander of ships during the American Revolution. His father was captured by the British, and he was French because he was captured and put in prison by Britain because he was helping the American cause. He had worked long and hard to save money and secure his family's future with real estate, and he invested in America. But I digress. After the war, his children were raised in France. And I can't pronounce it. Maybe you can help me. Go to my computer. How do you pronounce this? Coulon? This is where young James Audubon, maybe later. Oh, good grief. Go back to the art. Everything is pop-ups. Everything is pop-ups. Everything is begging for money. Good grief. You can't even... All right. As a young boy, he felt an affinity for birds. He said, and I quote him, "I felt an intimacy with them, bordering on a frenzy that would accompany my steps all throughout life." His father encouraged this. His father, I quote again, "My father would point out the elegant movement of the birds and the beauty and the softness of their plumes. He called my attention to their show of pleasure or a sense of danger. They had a perfect form and a splendid attire. He would speak of their departure and return with the seasons." He was said to be a handsome and gregarious man. He played the flute, played the violin. He learned how to ride. He could fence. He could dance. He enjoyed roaming in the woods, often returning with natural curiosities. His father, like Erte, wanted to make a naval officer of his son. So at 12, the father sent the boy off to military academy, and he became a cabin boy. And like Erte, found out he would get seasick the second that ship left the port. He said, "And I'm not fond of mathematics. I'm not fond of navigation." And he failed the officer's qualification. So he said, "Time to go back to the fields and focus on birds." And then, these are octavo edition, guys. These are the valuable octavo edition. Ay, 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 ay. When he decided to study American birds after the war, he was determined to illustrate them in the most realistic manner than any other artist. See, because before him, every artist would paint, well, not every, scientific drawings of birds where they were literally pinned with needles and thumbtacks to a board. And that's what the artist would paint. He wanted to paint them alive. And he did. Do you know what real octavo edition Audubon prints sell for? Obviously not, because you would be bidding like crazy. I'm going to show you a few octavo edition print prices. Now, I have to qualify this. Go to my computer. The record. This is all 435. All 435. $2.7 million. 93, first edition. That is all of them. There are 435 that are hand-painted. This one is hand-painted, octavo edition. Let's go back to the art. Oops, sorry. Now, the record, go to my computer for a single high hand-painted, right there, hand-colored, hand-painted. Hammer fell at $180,000. Now, it is larger. Those are 37 by 25. So I do want to be, if you can't read it, I'll enlarge it. Hand-colored, much larger. Let's go back to the art. Somebody has to know what these are. Oh my goodness. Ay, 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 ay. Let me measure them for you, of course. The frames are identical. That is going to be 15 by 19, 15 by 19. The frames are perfectly matched. They're apropos with that ornate finish on them. Gold fillet, of course, plexi as well. What I like about this one, if we could zoom in there on the butterflies, it shows the high degree of lithography. As you know, lithography is hand done, and these are hand painted. So I just can't get over the extreme quality of these. Oh my gosh. Let's go to the certificate. The Whippoorwill, number 9 in the series, plate 42, is an original lithograph with extensive watercolor. That's hand painted. The Octavo edition, 1856. My record for an Octavo edition, $9,000. I'm offering you a pair. The one that will come with it, you'll get Whippoorwill. Oh, we've got dupe certs. We have 2 Whippoorwill certs, and we don't have the whooping crane. Let's cry and go home. I just said, let's cry and go home. That's all right. He's going to press the eject button. Can I sit beside you? Please remember, 1856, unbelievable. These are just, wow. All right, and here we go. We are below the price of those combined frames. We've got about $800 in frames. This is underbid. I don't care. This is crazy underbid. Hand painted, 1856, first edition, Octavo edition. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it wonderful to be able to get mint condition works of art like this? Okay, we're at 200. Okay, we're at the price of the frames. The art is free. One other thing I'd like to point out, if we can stay right there, but zoom in on the fine print on the bottom, I think you'll enjoy it. Drawn from Nature by John James Audubon, a fellow at the Royal Society and a fellow of the London Society. The whooping crane, we're looking at the male, and then right here in the bottom right, lithography printed and colored by J.T. Bowen of Philadelphia. That is correct. That is what you want to see. That is what you want to see. Let's see what our whooping crane is having for dinner here. Lizards. No, those are baby alligators. He's having baby alligators. Must be in Louisiana. Because alligator meat is delicious. No, it isn't. I tried it once. We were down in the Everglades, and this guy, we went to a restaurant. They had gator nuggets, and I thought, all right, I'm going to try it. It tastes like a greasy, porky fish. It's a gamey, greasy, porky fish. I would call it survival food. I'd prefer Spam. Spam is quite delicious. Now, here's what you do. You fry it in a pan with a little maple syrup and soy sauce. You serve it over rice or wrap it in seaweed paper. That's called Spam musubi. Spam can be delicious. Oh, hush. Gator, not so much. All right, and here we go. Guys, I'm going to say it again. I know. But my goodness, you're living in the golden age of art collecting, at least in our lifetime. All right, $50 bid could win the pair. That's $400 each. That's pretty darn good. I've got 7.5 ounce, gonna bid 8. I've got 7.5 ounce, gonna bid 8. Way under the money, way under the money, way under the money now. All in, all done, all fair, all square in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? I've got 8 ounce, gonna bid 9. I've got 8 ounce, gonna bid 9. $400 each. You're doing all right. I found one at a great price. This is actually a very fair price. This is actually an excellent price. Go to my computer, $2,500. That unframed, but it's correct. It's got everything you want to see. $2,500. That's a very fair price. So you see that art prices have gone down. All right, let's $2,500. That's darn good. Let's go back to the art. And please remember, these have original watercolors by studio artists that sit. Yeah, well. Well, I found go to my computer, I found a very reputable gallery, Oppenheimer Gallery, one of the best in America, therefore the world. This is a very fair price. $59,500, but that is double elephant folio, hand-colored. See, the hand-colored is going to add to the price. And that's Oppenheimer Gallery, bravo. I can't believe you have one. Good on you, mate. Let's go back to the art. Excellent gallery, great reputation, the very best. And that's a great price. That was called a double elephant. But the reason why I showed that, it's a larger print, but it's hand-painted just like this one. Both are hand-painted. This one's smaller. We're offering you smaller prints. Well, but the name of it is double elephant, so you know it's going to be a bigger print. Not quite the size of an actual elephant, but.
I have some Revell edition.
Yeah, we've had them. All right, and here we go. I've got 9 now. It's going to be. That's a very fair price. I don't think you're going to do much better. And they look perfect together. The framing matches. Great decor. One on each side of the fireplace or TV or wherever you want to. In your bedroom, living room. Oh, and look at it in the bathroom. I want one on each side of the mirror. That'd be nice. That'd be lovely. I do. I have my Dolly Angel in the bathroom. Think about it.
Going once, going twice. Any further advance? Sold.
Saverio della Gatta was born in Lecce, Italy, 1758. He passed away in Naples in 1828. Long, beautiful life, 70 years. An Italian painter, known for his views, landscapes, and the people of Naples. And this is Naples, Italy. Saverio della Gatta. Sometimes, go in the bottom right, but not always, sometimes he would sign it Xavier in his paintings. I would call him Neapolitan, painted between the late 18th century, early 19th century. Very well known for his watercolors, often painted in gouache and watercolor. All that gouache is, and I haven't shown this in a long time, and I had a client, and I'm sorry, it's been 2 weeks, and they had asked me, and I'm going to do it on this one right now. They said I can't visualize it. Here is my old watercolor set. Okay, that's watercolor. You know what watercolor is. That's watercolor. It's very thin, diaphanous. This is gouache. It's a non-transparent watercolor. It's thick like pudding. That's all. So you put gouache like in the breeches and watercolor in the sky. If you want thick paint, like on the hat, gouache. Watercolor, water-based, thick paint watercolor. That's all it is. Oh, now I get it. Okay. I thought it was something fancy. Well, it is. Now, there's very little information about his personal life. We do know it was documented. He was a pupil of the famous Jacopo Giustaro. Go to my computer. This is from Italian Wikipedia, because you know I go deep. I love you guys. And that, to me, that looks like a Raphael. I mean, my goodness. His teacher could really paint. Really paint. And I'm not going to read the whole, there it is right there. Among his students are Saverio della Gatta. Let's go back to the art. I'll print that out for you. We do know that in 1777, he was registered at the Academy of Drawing in Naples. That's in the Borzelli book about his life, page 111. Now, his first major work that we know of was a view of Vesuvius, the mountain, the volcano, the crater, in 1779. Now, here's where it gets interesting. At the request of the King of Naples, yep, they had a king back then, the King of Naples gave him money up front, commissioned him in December of 1782 to make a trip to Naples, to make all the portraits of the costumes of all the people of the different provinces. And he said he wanted it to be reproduced in a porcelain service at the Royal Factory of Naples. Now, a watercolor from 1794 documents that he traveled as far as Rome. We know of no other documented works after 1828. So this is 1818. Now, among his most famous and oldest watercolors and gouaches is a view of Naples from Posillipo and the Rock of Frisio. Both of them are in the Museum of San Martino, where there are two other watercolors and gouache from 1800 are exhibited. And they show the royal battle, the naval battle, between the English Navy and the Neapolitan Republic in the Procida Channel. Now, if you go to the Museum of Fine Arts in San Martino in Naples, go to my computer, because I love you, I will show you all the paintings. Isn't that beautiful? That's the Bay of Naples. Look on the far right, Vesuvius. Yeah. Let's go back to the art. Another painting, I beg your pardon. Go to my computer. A very imaginative view of the view of Naples. I don't know if that tower actually exists. Let's go back to the art, The Arrival of the King. Go to my computer. This is very similar to what we're offering. I would say it's from the same series. A seller of figs and herring. Poor thing, she ain't got no shoes. She's poor. Let's go back to the art. I'm just going to show you all of my favorites. Go to my computer. We had the print of this and we sold it on the show. The monk with two barrels. Look on top of the barrel. That's a funnel. He's selling bottles of wine. So you come out with your empty bottle. He'll take the funnel, crack open the barrel, and you got a bottle of wine at a great price. Go back to the art. I just want to show you a few more because I really like his art. Go to my computer. A woman and her boy and a dog. That's all. Let's go back to the art. By the way, the title of this is The Pipers. But to me, that looks like a precursor of the bassoon. And it's got that bag on there. Is it related to the bagpipes? I don't know. Go to my computer. In a private collection, The Watermelon Cellar. Back to the art. Oh my goodness, guys, this is not a print. Original paintings by him come up for sale once in a lifetime. This is not a print. I do want to impress upon you. Wow. If you have any family that live in Italy, they would love to own this. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I would buy it. At this price, I would buy it just to give to somebody. Okay, let me give you an idea. You see this little painting? Tiny, and it's damaged. Go to my computer. That little painting is Mount Vesuvius. Are you ready? Drawing with watercolor and gouache on paper. $193,000 at Sotheby's in Paris, France. $193,000. Guys, we only have about 55 minutes left in the show. We are putting up world-class art. This little painting, this one right here, it's damaged. It's clearly damaged. $193,000. We're looking for $35,000 for this work of art. Let's go back to the art. And I'm not kidding that I don't think in your lifetime you're ever going to see one come up for sale again. This one, go to my computer. This is a sketch. Now, it's in black chalk, body color, which is crayons, oil pastel. It's in black chalk on a white piece of paper. $118,000. Go back to the art. Look at the art. Look at the art. Look at what we're offering. This is fully realized. Full color. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Go to my computer. You see this one? Go back to the art. It's going to jump around. I need to enlarge it. Go to my computer. Gouache on paper, watercolor drawing, $96,000. Go back to the art. This is, there has to be somebody out there that knows what this is worth. Holy mackerel. All right, and here we go. And the detail on the color on this is absolutely outstanding. All right, it's getting a little bit late. On the frame now, and please remember, this is a world-class original. That is an original. That is not a print. Wow. On the frame now, it's going to be 16 by 18. The color on this original, 207 years old. 207 years old, signed bottom right. Oh, rare signature, Xavier, not Severio. It's got the X, the Xavier. For a collector, that adds to the value. And I will show you, I will print that out for you. The title translates to The Pipers. Let's go to the certificate. Zampanari. I do want to come back as an Italian. Have a sports car, wear Italian suits. Original watercolor painting on wove paper, signed by the artist lower right, a unique work executed by Saverio Xavier della Gatta in 1818. 207 years old, extremely rare and important, and we're about $25,000 under bid. I've got 13 now, I was gonna bid a 14. On the original painting now. On the original painting now. If you get this under 10,000, at this price, you know what I would do? I would buy it because it has in the upper left the Virgin Mary. I would mail it to a church in Naples. "207 years old. This is go to my computer. The plural is zampanari, a single zampana. That's quite a device there. Italian double chantered bagpipe. Oh, I'm sure it sounds beautiful. Wow! That photograph is just like our guys. That photograph is just like the guys in the painting. Wow. Yeah, that's pleasant. Let's see if it gets any picks up. I think he's just making stuff up. Let's go back to the art. There's no melody. Oh my goodness, go to my computer. Turns out there's a museum dedicated to them. The Bagpipe Museum. Oh, we got to go there. Raymond, you're just awful. Okay, I'll click on it. I want to go to a bagpipe museum. I'll go to any museum. Come on, click on it. It's not go. Oh, there it goes. Very slow. There we go. Oh, let's go to the Bagpipe Museum. Oh. Yeah, I definitely want to go to the Bagpipe Museum. I've never seen so many beautiful bagpipes in my whole life. Let's go back to the art. I've got 15 now going once. I got 15 now going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square. You'll never see an original painting under 10,000 like this. This is just, wow. How lucky are we? Let me see if I can find that quote I mentioned. Yeah, here we go. Go to my computer. I do want to go back to what I said. Saverio della Gatta. There's the Gulf of Naples. Sometimes signs Xavier in his paintings. This one is signed Xavier. Xavier. I think that would add to the value. All right, and here we go. I've got 15 now going once. I got 15 now going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? Hammers up. Thousands underbid. Sold it under the money now, way under the money.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century. And of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Leda Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud, and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the Surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of the other kind of modern school.
I see, so that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
Salvador Domingo Felipe Jacinto Dali Dominiche, the Marquess of Dali of Poubal. A Marquess, in France we would say the Marquis. He was nobility. Born May 11th, 1904, he passed away the 23rd of January, 1989. His name today is synonymous with surrealism. He was a great Spaniard, renowned for his technical skill, his precise draftsmanship, but most importantly, the striking and bizarre images in his work. He was born in Figueres, which is Catalonia, Spain. He received a very formal education in fine arts in Madrid. As a young man, like many men of his time, he was influenced by Impressionism, studied deeply the Renaissance masters from a young age. But as a young man, and being aware of global situations and reads the paper, he became increasingly attracted to Cubism and all of the avant-garde art movements. So he moved much closer to Surrealism in the late 1920s. He actually joined the Surrealist group in 1929, and it is said that he became more surreal than all of the Surrealists. His best-known work, The Persistence of Memory, was completed in August of 1931. It is the single most famous Surrealist painting. It's at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. When war loomed and reared its ugly head in 1939, even though he had a Spanish passport and was considered neutral, Spain was neutral during World War II, there was a bounty on his head for making Surrealist art. He was declared a degenerate artist, so he left for the United States in 1940. He became quite famous. He loved staying at the Hotel St. Regis. He was very brilliant. He was a genius. When he returned to Spain in 1948, did you know he lived in Monterey, California for a while in the 40s? Yeah, he did. He announced a return to the Catholic faith and developed what he called his own nuclear mysticism style. It was based on an interest in classicism, classical art, mysticism, and all the recent scientific developments. His artistic repertoire included painting, graphic arts, film, sculpture, design, photography. He would collaborate with many artists, including Alice Cooper. Matter of fact, he and Alice Cooper together made the world's first true holographic sculpture. It's at the Dali Museum in Florida. He wrote fiction. He wrote poetry. He wrote essays and criticisms. But I think his most important paper is his own diary, The Secret Life of Salvador Dali. His themes had no limit. His dreams, the subconscious, sexuality, religion, science, all of his close personal relationships. And that was to the dismay of those who held his work in high regard. And it irritated his critics that his very eccentric, his ostentatious public behavior often drew more attention than his artwork.
Now, I always look for patterns when it comes into art, and I look for patterns in other things as well. Go to my computer. I'm seeing the value of Salvador Dali just keep going up, 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 up. I don't know if you know this, but a woodcut print with a pen, $442,000, signed and dated. That print just sold. You can see it signed bottom right. That print just sold $442,000. Now, when I look at prints, when I look at just anything, his autograph now, no art, 10 grand. I look at prints like this, it's loading, similar, $22,000. I'm seeing this across the board. It's going to jump around. Go back to the art. Everything is a pop-up ad. I want to put it on the air correctly. This is on sale. Go to my computer. I've shown this unsigned lithograph. It was $8,800. Right now, American Design Limited has it on sale for $7,040. That's 20% off. It's going to jump around. Go back to the art. There's always pop-up ads, and they want you to buy stuff, and I understand. Go to my computer. An unsigned Biblia Sacra. Unsigned. There's no autograph on that. $8,600. We're seeing patterns. Even the nude we sold this on the air. Not this exact one, an example of the edition for $600 about 10 years ago. Look at it now. Yeah, we sold that on the air. And I kept thinking, I should buy it because it's very romantic. It's like, it reminded me of Romeo and Juliet for some reason, but it's not from Romeo and Juliet. I just did. I'm sorry, I almost forgot. If I have this here properly. The title is
Stultie et prudente.
The Foolish and the Prudent.
Stultie et prudente.
The foolish, or the wise and the foolish, however you want to translate it. Full-size Salvador Dali. on the frame now. And again, full size. That is going to be 28 by 23, 28 by 23. Beautiful coloring in that. The condition of the document, absolutely flawless, showing his skill with the lithographic crayon. We have what is called Salvador Dali's bulletism in there, spattering technique as well. Let's go to the certificate. The foolish and the wise. From the suite, the Biblia Sacra, the Sacred Bible. Biblia Sacra's $8,600 now. I've got a $150 bid. Wow. Mixed media color lithograph with serigraph, silkscreen printing, a varnish coat, metallic pigments on a handmade paper. The Biblia Sacra, I think, cost of production, correct me if I'm wrong, if you have more data, I believe the Biblia Sacra costs more to produce per print than anything he ever did. Guaranteed first state first printing, 1964. Published by Rizzoli Editions in Milan, Italy. Now this is like the Andy Warhol Sunday Bee Morning, published in Switzerland. I'm not going to say, Milan. No, it's a workaday world. If your printer has a 2-year wait, you farm it out, you find a good printer. A printer in Italy can be just as good as a printer in New York or Switzerland. Or, like I said, it's a workaday world. Yeah, we can print that edition in 2 years. All right, and here we go. Wow. I've got 150 going once, I've got 150. If anybody ever doubted whether or not, we put in a bid for you. Oh, the foolish and the prudent is from the Bible, the Biblia Sacra. Okay, this is for big kids. It is the parable of the 10 bridesmaids. It is the story of the 10 virgins waiting for a bridegroom. 5 were wise and brought extra oil for their lamps. 5 were foolish and did not bring oil for their lamps. When the bridegroom finally arrived at midnight, the foolish virgins were locked out because they couldn't get back in time, and the wise virgins were admitted to the wedding feast. That's a weird... That's a weird story. Let me see if I can read the actual... Okay, I'm going to read it. Come what may. I quote Matthew 25. At that time, the kingdom of heaven will be like 10 virgins who took their lamps and went out to meet the bridegroom. 5 of them were foolish and 5 were wise. The foolish one took their lamps, but did not take any oil with them. The wise ones took oil in jars along with their lamps. The bridegroom was a long time in coming, and they all became drowsy and fell asleep. At midnight, the cry rang out, "Here is the bridegroom, come out to meet him." Then all the girls woke up, trimmed their lamps. The foolish ones said to the wise, "Give me some of your oil. Our lamps are going out." "No," they replied, "there may not be enough for both of us. Instead, go to those who sell oil and buy some for yourselves." But while they were on the way to buy the oil, the bridegroom arrived. The girls who were ready went in with him to the wedding banquet. Then the door shut. The others also came. "Lord, Lord, open the door for us." But he replied, "Truly I tell you, I don't know you. Therefore keep watch, because you do not know the day or the hour." And it's a parable about the second coming of Christ. It means to be a good person, because no one knows the day or the hour of the second coming. It is a parable. one of the weirder ones. I'm trying to study as much religion as I can, and all religions, whether it's in Hindu or Islam, they all have unusual stories. There are some weird stories out there. When other galleries are selling these at $9,600, and I'm offering them in a $650 frame. Is it a museum piece? Go to my computer. Now, I'm at the website of the Dali Museum in St. Petersburg, Florida. They don't endorse us. They have nothing to do with us. I'm quoting Assistant Curator Dirk Armstrong. Again, anybody can look at this. This is the Dali Museum in Florida. And again, they're not, I love that building. We're not, they're having an Alberto Giacometti show. I'm going to go. I quote the Dali Museum. I didn't write this. Dirk Armstrong did. After establishing a friendship with Dali over the course of several years, Dr. Giuseppe Alboreto commissioned the artist to create 100 paintings based on passages from the Latin Vulgate Bible. Giuseppe was a passionate Catholic and stated in an interview in 1995, "I did everything I could to persuade him to meditate on the Catholic religion. He hoped that the project would lead the artist to a closer relationship with God." The results grew to 105 pieces that were completed between 1963 and 1964. The original illustrations were completed with a combination of gouache, watercolor, ink, and pastel. The premier exhibition of these prints at the Dali Museum was back in 2007. And how do I know? I was there. I went. $275. Are you sure? 1 minute, I will throw the hammer at a 20-year record low. A lifetime record low. I have never sold one this low. I've got $275 going once. I've got $275 going twice. All in, all done. I will throw the hammer when that clock runs out. Go to my computer. Dali, Biblia Sacra. How much? Salvador Dali, unsigned Biblia Sacra. How much? A $25 bid could win it framed. I will not budge. I've got $275, now it's going to bid $3. I've got $275 going once. I've got $275 going twice. $300, now it's going to bid. I got $3, now it's going to bid a quarter, bid a quarter, bid a quarter, bid a quarter. I've got $3, now it's going to bid a quarter. I've got $3 now going once. 15 seconds left. Not a joke. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3 1/4. Now it's going to bid a half. I've got 3 1/4 going once. I got 3 1/4 going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square. That is the buy of the year. Any further advance? If there's active bidding, I keep going. I got 3 1/2 now. It's going to bid 75. Go to my computer. Call them up and offer them $700. Yeah, how about, I know you have it 20% off. Can you offer it at 95%? Well, all right, call these guys up. I know you have a real Biblia. I'll give you $600 if you frame it. Look, I'll give you $600. Just give me an $8,000 discount and we're good. I've got 4 now, it's gonna bid a quarter, 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 bid a quarter. I've got 4 now, it's gonna bid a quarter. We will pay you to buy it. We have not hit the price of the frame. Hammers up and I'm all done, all in, all fair, all square in. Oh, they want to see it? Let's go to the bottom right, bottom right. Not all of them are signed. That is not an autograph. That is signed in the lithographic stone. But it is signed. See that? See how it looks like a crayon? On real lithography, use a lithographer's crayon called a touche. T-U-S-C-H-E. I've got 475 now, gonna bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of 5. I've got 475 now going once, setting the 19-year all-time record. We're at the price of the frame. Gold fillet, plexi. Who is it? That's not window pane glass, real wood, that's not plastic. Inner gold fillet, outer gold fillet. Hammers up and I'm all done, all in, all fair, all square. Yeah. It is from the parable of the book of Matthew. And the parable is symbolic, but very archaic, I would say, a very unusual passage of the Bible. And it simply means lead a good life and be prepared for the second coming of the Lord, because no one knows the hour or the time. And we have a new register. I was all hopped up. I was going to sell it. And now we have, we have 4 people registering. I am embarrassed. I now see that. Open mouth, insert foot. Try to be nice to people. Well, he means well. Good boy. No, the days of finding one for 1,000 are over. All right, everybody's registered. Will you bid the $25? I'd like to pay the framer. Tough crowd, no respect at all. All right, Tony, what do you say? Last call. Didn't make it to 500. What a wacky world. And yes, I want you to go out and check frame prices.
And that one right there to a very lucky bidder. Sold it under the money now, way under the money. Ha ha.
Going to end the year with a bang. On December 28th, this year, 2025, we're going to be auctioning off this Banksy with comparables well over $125,000 and up. We're going to start the auction today, right now. You can bid right here on the screen. As the weeks go on, we're going to be showing the current bid. And ladies and gentlemen, this is big. As you know, Banksy is the most famous street artist, urban artist, global street artist, whatever you want to call it. It's an art movement that was born out of, well, it actually began with Impressionism and went all the way up to Andy Warhol and pop art and Jean-Michel Basquiat. Today, Banksy is the global leader. He's been in the news, check the BBC. This is very exciting. The important thing about this work of art is that it is hand signed. Let's go to the certificate. The title of the work is Toxic Mary by Banksy. It is the original screen print in colors on Woe paper. It is signed and numbered by the artist in the lower margin. Example number 253 of 600. There has not been one on the market for 4 years, and I'm about to show you. Published by Picture and Walls in London in 2004, complete with the Certificate of Authenticity from Pest Control Office. It is extremely rare and important. And ladies and gentlemen, we have spot-on comparables on this work of art. This is number 369 of an edition of 600. It did sell at Sotheby's of London for $123,000. And there it is right there. Now that is fact. That is Sotheby's. That was in March of 2021. That was edition number 369. We are offering you edition number 253. We're actually offering you a lower edition number, but I do want to let you know something. The one that sold for $123,000 was printed to the edges in good condition. A couple of very faint spots and soiling in the margin, light mounting staining at extreme sheet edges framed. Ours is flawless. Ours is absolutely flawless, guaranteed. Edition number 369 of 600, selling at $123,000. We are offering you example number 253, and it is flawless. The bidding starts now, and we're going to be showing this over the next couple of weeks, well, actually 2 months, because on December 28th, 2025, at auction, Sunday night, we will sell this Banksy. The bidding's up to you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to let you know something. Go to my computer before I even began. In the late 90s, there was an edition called the Millennium Collection to honor the year 2000. That was over 25 years ago. We're in the year 2025. It is now the morning of November 24th. It is 12:36 a.m. The Millennium Collection was published in the year, well, that one was published in the year 1993. 1993. They were to honor the millennium. Now, these millennium editions, printed in the 90s, $23,000. Now, I am offering you a real one. And what I mean by that is that lifetime. A Rembrandt etching, Christ Presented to the People, has sold the world record for an etching by Rembrandt, a dry point etching, 15 by 17, is $3.5 million. And there it is right there. Behold the man, Pontius Pilate and Jesus. Ecce homo. Behold the man, Christ presented to the people. $3.5 million. Now, with that in mind, a print that was published in 1993. This one is $23,000. Now, let's go to the certificate. I want to be very clear on what we're offering. Rembrandt Harmenzoon van Rijn lived to be 63. He was about 6 months behind on his rent. He was literally living in a mud hut. His landlady knew that he was once famous and knew how important he was. He outlived everybody in his family. He was a high roller, a baller, the kids say today. He threw lavish parties. He collected art. He collected antiques. He loved collecting medieval armor. Very expensive. He died alone. He's buried in a pauper's grave. No one knows where it is. But I digress. Self-portrait drawing at a window. This is considered to be the least contrived of all of them. A very honest and harsh, and I'll show you the data that I have. Catalog referenced original. It was executed by Rembrandt in 1648. The one on my computer I just showed you was executed in 1993. So, do they have value? Guys, I'm for real. I'm looking for $200,000. In September of 2024, the hammer fell at $158,000. In 2011, Sotheby's of London, price including the buyer's premium, $165,000. Christie's of London, 2006, $166,000. The all-time record, Christie's of London, $336,000. Please remember, this was printed by Rembrandt in 1648. In 1648, he was rich and famous. It really wasn't until about 1660 that, he spent it all. Spent it all, drank it all, fast living. He literally had an auction to sell all of his property. The highest highs and the lowest lows. On the frame now, that's going to be 16 by 17. The image size is on the cert. Let's zoom in on the face, because this one shows the most honest. I would say the most honest, without any sort of glorification, and that's not my opinion. I mean, this is rather factual. I'll show you some of the data on my sources. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Yeah. And by the way, it is one of the most famous of all of the etchings. Why were they preserved? Of all of them, why were they preserved? And I'll tell you why. Because he was at the height of his power. And people knew that he was rich and famous, and they saved them. A lot of the earliest pieces were just thrown away. You know, when you're young and you're broke and you're starting off, it's not valuable, we're going to move, throw it out. Anyhow, go to my computer. One of my favorite places in the world is the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. Got to be careful when you walk in. I walked in, and there's like a little kiosk, and they have brochures and a map of the place, walk around. And I get further in, I go, did I just sneak in? I'm like, I think I just snuck in. I don't want to get in trouble. I walked up to two security guards and I go, where's the ticket booth? I go, I don't want to sneak in. He goes, and the guy had done it before. He's a Weisenheimer. He goes, don't you know who owns this place? I go, no. He goes, are you an American taxpayer? I go, yes. He goes, you own it. You can come in for free whenever you want. I was like, you're a wise guy. The Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York City, Metropolitan Museum of Art, Art Institute of Chicago, the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, and another way to look it up is Wikipedia. Now it's way down on the bottom. I like his nose. I like his nose, especially the way he did his nose when he was young. That's called a trony. Okay, where is it? There. Isn't that a great nose? That's a great nose. Okay, there's so many of them. Okay, I've got to go all the way down to etchings. When I look at these early etchings, it reminds me of like a skateboarder you'd meet in Santa Monica. That's what I keep thinking of when I look at his early images. Yeah, that's called a trony. Before the invention of a camera, to capture a fleeting glimpse of anger, excitement, surprise, they had a name for them. They're called a trony. Let me see if I can find it. Getting closer. He's getting a little older, a little fatter like me. And there it is. And there it is. Making this the least posed, meaning that it's very, very blunt. It's a very straightforward look of a middle-aged man. Many consider the greatest artist of all time. I consider him the greatest painter of all time. When you look, you must go once in your lifetime and look at an original Rembrandt and stare at the brushstrokes. Don't glance at it. Walk up and study it. Those brushstrokes are floating in an ether. They look like they were made by the hand of an angel. I'm like, nobody can paint. How can you paint like this? Go back to the art. The Los Angeles County Museum of Art has 2 original paintings of just relatively obscure tradesmen. They don't even look real. I can't even describe them. Okay, go to my computer. These were printed in 1993. It's called the Millennium Collection. Nothing wrong with them. They've got the contract, they're ethical, they're honest, nothing wrong with these. Clearly marked 1993. Year of production, 1993. Year of production, 1993. How much? Nothing wrong with collecting the Millennium Edition. I'm offering you a real one. I'm offering you a real one. What by real, I mean printed during the lifetime of Rembrandt. In 1648, he had a printing press in his own home. All right, we're going to do it again, and I'm quite stunned. There has to be a collector out there that knows the true value on these. All right, let's go to the book stand. Oops, sorry, I angled that for you. In Bern, Switzerland, in 2024, the hammer fell at $158,000. I've got a $3,500 bid. Think you kind of might want to bid on this. Sotheby's in 2011, hammer fell at $136,000. You will get this with the art. I think we should pull it from the auction. Price including buyer's premium, 2006, Christie's of London. The all-time record. Christie's of London, 2023. What's the all-time record? I'm a penny on the dollar. A penny. I am a penny on the dollar. Let's go back to the certificate. I just want to be clear for everyone. Self-portrait, drawing at a window. Barsch catalog, Hind catalog. Original etching by Rembrandt. Signed and dated by the artist on the plate. A very good impression executed by Rembrandt in 1648. Extremely rare and important. I would say it's arguably the most valuable document we've ever had. And by the way, on that bump shop that you saw all night, that is a hand-signed Banksy. That is a hand-signed Banksy. I cannot impress upon you enough. Go to my computer. The Millennium Edition was printed in between 1990 and I'll have to look it up. That's 23,000. What year was it printed? Appraised at 24,800. Printed in 1993. Go back to the cert. What year was mine printed? 1648. What year did Rembrandt pass? 1669.
Rembrandt is another human being who had the highest highs and the lowest lows. Wealthy beyond compare, an art collector. He loved to collect medieval armor, swords and helmets, breastplates, and many. He had a huge art collection. But he died 3 months behind on his rent. He outlived everyone in his family, his wife, his children. He died alone. He's buried in a pauper's grave. No one knows where his grave is. The highest highs, the lowest lows. Born July 15th, 1606. He died October 4th, 1669 in Amsterdam. Born in Leiden, died in Amsterdam. His landlord, he lived in a mud hut. His landlord knew what a great man he was. Every morning, the landlord, a woman, would bring him a bowl of porridge for breakfast and a loaf of bread, and a small loaf of bread, and a big bowl of soup for dinner. That's what he lived on the last 3 months of his life. He had no money. But today we consider him one of the greatest artists in the history of art. His paintings, if you ever are in Los Angeles, go to the Los Angeles County Museum of Art and stand before the two tradesmen. They're obscure, relatively obscure.
Clearing my throat. Relatively obscure, and but again, I just stood in front of them and I stared and I stared and I stared, and the brushstrokes seemed to be floating in, I don't know, the ether. Go to my computer, and yes, I went to the National Gallery of Art. You're allowed to, look how young I am. You're allowed to take pictures in the National Gallery of Art if you don't use a flash. And so there you go. That's one of my favorite pictures. Go back to the art. Thank you. I had to look that one up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever wanted to hit a home run, it is right here. Oh my goodness. I mean, we've had works of art that were underbid, and this one is truly underbid. I certainly would like to own a Rembrandt. You know, I think about it when a Millennium Edition is selling for $23,000. Printed in 1993, and let's go back to the certificate, and I'm offering you an original Rembrandt, original etching, a very good impression executed by Rembrandt in 1648. Extremely rare and important, and why is that? There is detail. Let's go back to the art. Now, there are 5 known states of this print. In the later states, like state number 4 and 5, he adds a landscape. If we look right here, let's zoom in right here, you can see that it's the beginning of a landscape. Also, this would be like state 1 or state 2, very early, before he reworked the plate and put in a landscape. Also, if we can zoom in on the top, on the window shade is a very faint signature, but it is signed. Rembrandt, Fessett, F. See the F? 45. Rembrandt, Fessett, F-E-C-I-T. There's the F right there, dead center. Where you see that little dot, there's the F. Okay, there's the F. F-E-C-I-T, F means made this in the year 1648. So it is signed. But this would be early. There were 5 states, meaning that he went back to the copper plate itself and entered additional lines. Let's go back to the book stand. This one would be the 5th state of 5, because we see the landscape is added and the window shade is very darkened. You see what I mean? Anytime an artist goes back to a copper plate and adds or removes a line, that would be the first state of the copper, the second state, the third state of the copper, the 4th and the 5th. So this would be 5th state. The landscape is quite clear. The window shade, go back to the art. Look at the window shade here. Now go back to the art. You see the difference in the color? Let's go back to the book stand and look right over here on the window shade. He changed the composition. So here the composition, the landscape throughout the window, and see they do change. That would be 5th state as well. That looks to be 2nd or 3rd state. That one is much lighter. So what I'm offering you here is very pure, very early very earlier than these. Well, this will be an all-time record-breaking victory for any art collector. I've said it before and I'll say it again. In my lifetime, there has never been a better time to collect art. Can you imagine? This must be a reflection of the economy. I was at a hoagie shop, R&J's sub shop here in Atlanta, and I'm standing there, I'm talking to a guy, and he looked like a construction worker. I'm like, well, what kind of work do you do? And he goes, oh, I do carpentry, mostly trim carpentry in apartment housing complexes. I go, no way, I did that when I was in college. He goes, I love the trim carpentry, the trim wood around a door and a window. I hate the baseboards. He goes, I know, it's hard on your knees. I go, yeah. And so anyhow, I go, where do you live? He goes, I live in a 2-bedroom apartment with 7 other guys. I'm like, why? He goes, all of us, we all want to save up and buy our own pickup truck. And I'm like, yeah, pickup trucks are $77,000. He goes, yeah. He goes, I will live. He goes, I will live and save money on rent. I think what we're seeing here is a reflection of the economy.
Well, at a minimum of 150,000.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to find a gallery to sell you this at 80,000.
Why would they?
Yeah, why would you?
We're the only ones dumb enough to do that.
Well, and again, thank you, Orban Huchette. We've got about 4 minutes left. Oh, we've got 2.5 minutes left in the show.
You guys understand that this image has sold 10 times at auction for over 100,000, all the way up to 336,000, and we're at 5,000.
2 minutes left in the show, and it is guaranteed authentic forever. Like every single work of art in the history of this show, guaranteed authentic, not for 30 days, forever. Forever. No middle ground, no maybe, no halfway. We are down to 2 minutes. That's like the difference between a lightning bug and lightning. Thank you. Asked him, but he forgot. All right, we're down to a final minute. We're approaching the final minute on the signed Rembrandt. It is featured. It's on Wikipedia. Just put in Rembrandt self-portraits. That is, I think this, in the 19 and a half years we've been on live television continually, I think this might be the all-time record breaker in known value versus auction price. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ray Taylor. On behalf of everyone here at the Fine Art Auction, thank you. Thank you for watching. I know a lot of you watch just to learn about art and just to enjoy. I know it's a nice backdrop to your day. And I'm glad you're watching. I know it'd be nice if you bid on the Rembrandt, but I think that by being around art and just looking at art, it brings out your higher self. And I think that's what the world needs right now. And I'm glad you're an art lover. Feeling blue? It's been proven. Looking at art, going to an art museum, makes you feel better. I know when I leave an art museum, I'm always like energized. The world's a better place. Well, we broadcast every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and only here in the Fine Art Auction. And we're back to 5 hours. I'll be back soon. And I'll see you at the auction. Thank you.